Chapter 1688. When the people from the Rising Sky Mansion heard the mocking words from the surrounding people, apart from Shu Center, their expressions turned grave. Shu Center sneered as he looked at Shu Jing's back. In his opinion, it would be better if Shu Jing did not participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle since he was such a coward. At the very least, he would not embarrass the Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, he could only think about this in his heart. He did not dare to voice it out. Among the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion, there was no doubt Shu Jing and the hunchbacked young man behind him had a normal expression on their faces. After Shu Jing's gaze left the Blossom Monk and Jing Shuzi, he swept his gaze past Yin Shuzi, Yu Shuzi, the Winemeat Monk, and the others before he finally locked his gaze on a proud and aloof figure. This figure carried a saber on his back that was wrapped in cloth. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked simple and unadorned. However, his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. Zhong Jiyu. Finally, Shu Jing opened his mouth and locked on to his target. Zhong Jiyu was one of the two strongest sectless cultivators who participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Previously, the people present on the scene thought Zhong Jiyu was the strongest sectless cultivator below the age of 50 in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. However, they no longer thought so due to the existence of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. Li Feng had killed Shu Kan and survived the terrifying shockwaves. This proved that his strength was not below Zhong Gu's. Sometimes, a sectless cultivator who was unknown only needed an opportunity to make a name for himself. Becoming famous in a single battle was the name of Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised as. When the people present on the scene saw Shu Jing challenging Zhong Jiyu, they could not help but be stunned before they regained their senses. In the Rising Sky Mansion's district, it said that Shu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and Zhong Jiyu, the sectless cultivator, are mortal enemies. It seems like it's true. That's right. When both of them were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, Zhong Jiyu had the upper hand. However, after Shu Jing broke through to the early refined saint stage first, Zhong Jiyu was no longer a match for him. A year ago, Shu Jing was at the early refined saint stage. Even if he has the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, he should only have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage now. Facing Zhong Jiyu, who has also broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, isn't he afraid of being defeated by Zhong Jiyu like he did when his cultivation base was at the peak of the pristine saint stage? In our Rising Sky Mansion's district, almost everyone thinks that Shu Jing is no match for Zhong Jiyu if both of them have the same cultivation base. Don't tell me Shu Jing wants to break this rule today? Humph. It's good to be confident, but if you're overconfident, you'll become arrogant. When the crowd came back to their senses, whispers spread throughout the nimble chess set again. No matter what, Shu Jing, who had descended from the sky and appeared in the chess piece Zhong Jiyu was in, had become the focus of the crowd's attention. Shu Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Would he be able to clear his name today? Everyone present on the scene was looking forward to it. Even Duan Lingtian was paying attention to the battle between Zhong Jiyu and Shu Jing. He had a good impression of Zhong Jiyu after all. As for Shu Jing, he was his target this time. He had to kill him. If he could decide the outcome of this battle, naturally, he hoped Zhong Jiyu would be able to defeat Shu Jing or even kill him. Zhong Jiyu, you killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple, so I'll have to settle this score with you. Shu Jing said coldly as he stood in front of Zhong Jiyu. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Zhong Jiyu said nonchalantly. If he had not broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he might be afraid when he faced Shu Jing since Shu Jing had most likely broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, now that he had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, he was no longer afraid of Shu Jing. Just like the rumors said, if they had the same cultivation base, he was not afraid of Shu Jing at all. Shu Jing could be considered as his old rival. He knew very well what Shu Jing was capable of. Unfortunately, it did not cross his mind that the current Shu Jing was a completely different person compared to the Shu Jing in the past. The reason for this was because Shu Jing had cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. In this 1 year, Although Xu Jing would occasionally return to the Rising Sky Mansion to enjoy the resources, most of the time, he would stay outside. He called it training, but in truth, he was devouring the vital energies and blood of young women. In this 1 year, the number of young women who were turned into dried corpses by him was close to 3 digits. Due to this reason, his cultivation base had been raised to a terrifying level until he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. What did the peak of the refined saint stage mean? If he took another step forward, he would be at the eminent saint stage. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the moment Zhonggu's words left his mouth, Xu Jing did not seem to have made any move at all. However, a storm seemed to have appeared in a 100-meter radius around him. Many people, including Du and Lingtian, did not even have time to react before they saw a rapidly twisting tornado had appeared where Xu Jing was standing. It was moving toward Zhong Jiyu at an extremely fast speed. When they saw Zhong Jiyu making his move to block it, most of them thought he would be able to block the tornado. Who knew the moment Zhong Jiyu touched the tornado, it seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it spun even faster, causing the air to tremble. At this moment, the tornado seemed to have transformed into a gigantic primitive beast as it swallowed Zhong Jiyu in just one gulp. Pa! As a loud sound resonated in the air, under the watchful eyes of the others, as the tornado gradually weakened, Zhong Jiyu, who was originally still alive, instantly turned into a rain of blood that filled the sky. He was dead. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It did not even take a breath. Due to this reason, everyone, including Du and Lingtian, could not help but be stunned. In the sky, the hosts, Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang, looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew about the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. They knew his innate talent was not top-notch. Even with the Rising Sky Mansion's resources, he had only broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage at most. However, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion had displayed a strength that far surpassed the intermediate refined saint stage in his attack. When the tornado seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, the aura they sensed with their divine consciousness did not belong to an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Only a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator would be able to give them such a feeling. Mastery refined saint stage. At this moment, Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang were almost certain Xu Jing was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Naturally, this was also because they did not probe Xu Jing's cultivation base with their divine consciousness. Otherwise, they would have realized their mistake. It was impolite to probe a person's cultivation base with one's divine consciousness. Most people would not do that. Moreover, due to their preconceived notions, whether it was Ren Zhong or Liu Hongguang, both of them felt Xu Jing had broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. It was already shocking enough. They did not dare to continue thinking about it. Mastery refined saint stage? How's that possible? Among the people present on the scene, the strongest were undoubtedly Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang. The person below them was undoubtedly Xu Center, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. At this moment, Xu Center's divine consciousness had also confirmed the aura Xu Jing released earlier was at least a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, he was filled with shock. As far as he was concerned, this was something that was practically impossible. As the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew very well how strong Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was. He knew very well that even with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was impossible for Xu Jing to break through to the mastery refined saint stage in such a short time. In fact, Xu Jing was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. It was extremely shocking for him to break through to the mastery refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. He must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Xu Center was almost certain of this. However, it did not cross his mind that Xu Jing's fortuitous encounter was due to him cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. The original owner of the devouring dark devil technique was also the culprit who had caused the Rising Sky Mansion to be demoted from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. When Xu Center regained his senses, Du and Lingtian had also regained his senses. At the same time, Du and Lingtian's expression turned solemn. Xu Jing's cultivation base seems to have broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. How's this possible? Apart from Xu Center, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Xu Jing's cultivation base. Is the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion really that great? This was the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he learned Xu Jing had most likely broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. After all, he was different from Xu Center. Xu Center knew about the cultivation resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, but he did not. I can't believe he's actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. It's going to be difficult to kill him now. Duan Lingtian's originally calm expression turned solemn at this moment. With his current strength, he was confident he could defeat most intermediate refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. However, when it came to mastery refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators, he could only defeat those who were slightly weaker and had an unstable foundation. If he used all his techniques, he might be able to defeat those who were slightly stronger. As for those who were slightly stronger, he would only be able to fight them to a draw at most. He might even be defeated. Chapter 1689. At the same time, the people present on the scene began to regain their senses one by one. Many of them immediately pinched their thighs. When they felt the intense pain on their thighs, they finally realized they were not dreaming. Everything was real. Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had killed Zhong Jiyu in just one blow. Don't tell me Xu Jing is already a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Although most of the onlookers did not have Ren Zhong, Liu Hongguang, and Xu Center's eyesight, they could guess what had happened when they recalled the scene earlier. Due to this reason, their hearts were filled with shock. How's this possible? Naturally, many people felt it was impossible after they recovered from their shock. A person who was only at the early refined saint stage a year ago had actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage in just 1 year? They really couldn't figure out how Xu Jing had cultivated in the past year to actually have such an exaggerated improvement. However, many sectless cultivators present on the scene had a hint of red in their eyes when they looked at Xu Jing. As one of the best among the middle-aged sectless cultivators, Zhong Gu's position in the eyes of the sectless cultivators was extraordinary. Moreover, many sectless cultivators even saw him as their hope. In the Rising Sky Mansions district, although the sectless cultivators were in a state of disunity, in the past, if something happened, there would still be powerhouses among the sectless cultivators who would take the lead and gather the sectless cultivators together to solve the problem. Naturally, those who could take the lead were the powerhouses among the sectless cultivators. However, in recent years, there had not been any outstanding sectless cultivators in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Due to this reason, many sectless cultivators had placed their hopes on Zhong Jiyu. They felt he would finally become a powerhouse among the sectless cultivators in the near future and would be able to unite the sectless cultivators who were in a state of disunity. However, Zhong Jiyu was dead now. Zhong Gu's death also meant that their dreams would be shattered. Many sectless cultivators immediately looked at Duan Lingtian. However, they soon sighed. Put aside the fact that this sectless cultivator who called himself Li Feng was unknown previously, it was obvious he was not someone who liked to be in the limelight. Based on his attitude in front of Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang, it was obvious he was interested in joining a major force. Therefore, they did not think that this Li Feng could replace Zhong Jiyu. At the thought of this, the group of rogue cultivators looked at Xu Jing with daggers in their eyes. If they could, they wished they could cut Xu Jing into 1,000 pieces. No matter what, Zhong Jiyu had been defeated by Xu Jing. Xu Jing had used his own strength to clear his name. Not only was he not weaker than Zhong Jiyu, he could even kill Zhong Jiyu with a single move. The flowery monk and Jing Shuzi were the ones who found it the hardest to regain their senses after witnessing Xu Jing killing Zhong Jiyu with just a single move. As members of the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district, the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi, as leaders, naturally knew a lot about the outstanding geniuses among their peers, including Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. However, the strength that Xu Jing displayed today gave rise to a strange feeling in their hearts. Hiss, hiss. When they regained their senses, they gasped in unison. Mastery refined saint stage. Xu Jing has actually broken through to the mastery refined saint stage. In fact, even they had just broken through to the mastery refined saint stage not too long ago. However, Xu Jing, who they had suppressed previously, had actually caught up to them in terms of cultivation base. How could they not be shocked? After killing Zhong Jiyu, Xu Jing had replaced him as the new ring master. At this moment, a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple stepped forward. He was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator who had been eliminated earlier. When the crowd saw him stepping forward, not only did they not make fun of him, but their expressions turned solemn instead. The scene in front of him was very similar to the scene when Xu Gang stood out before. For a time, many people's gazes fell on Xu Jing. Don't tell me Xu Jing wants to kill again. Is he addicted to killing? Unlike before, after Xu Jing displayed strength that seemed to be at the mastery refined saint stage, those who did not think highly of Xu Jing earlier no longer dared to look at him the same way. Of course, previously, they did not know Xu Jing's strength. However, after witnessing how he killed Zhong Jiyu in just one strike, they knew his strength was not inferior to the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. At this moment, nobody thought Xu Jing did not enter the ring for a long time because he was afraid of the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. Just as the crowd had expected, the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Xu Jing as soon as he entered the ring. As for Xu Jing, he admitted defeat just as the crowd had expected. The moment Xu Jing admitted defeat, he was immediately eliminated. At this moment, since he was not the ring master, he could challenge any of the ring masters as he pleased. When Xu Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian again, it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Currently, his comprehension of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, had improved. He was very close to the second stage, the Sword Shadowed Heart. Although he could still fight a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, it would still be quite strenuous for him. Moreover, he could see the strength Xu Jing displayed earlier was not as simple as just breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. Due to this reason, although he was not afraid of Xu Jing, he still felt a little uncertain. He wants to challenge Li Feng? Many people were shocked when they saw Xu Jing looking at Duan Lingtian. Is he planning to kill all the sectless cultivators? Previously, the people present on the scene did not think Xu Jing would be able to defeat Li Feng. However, at this moment, they did not think Li Feng was a match for Xu Jing at all. In their opinion, once Xu Jing made his move on Li Feng would definitely die. The group of sectless cultivators present on the scene had a grave expression on their faces. Young Mansion Master, this Li Feng is even more despicable than Zhong Jiyu. He has killed 2 genius martial cultivators from our Rising Sky Mansion. When Xu Center saw Xu Jing looking at Duan Lingtian, his eyes gleamed as he instantly transmitted his voice to Xu Jing. Naturally, although his words sounded dignified, how could Xu Jing not know that Xu Center wanted to use him to avenge Xu Can? Originally, he had indeed planned to challenge Duan Lingtian. However, with Xu Center's voice transmission, he temporarily dismissed the idea of challenging Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Put aside the fact that he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, even if he was the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, as the successor of the devouring Dark Devil technique, his future would be limitless. How could he be led by the nose by a Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion? For this reason, not only did Xu Jing not reply to Xu Center, but he even shifted his gaze away from Duan Lingtian. Many sectless cultivators sighed in relief immediately. Xu Center's expression was grave. He did not expect Xu Jing to ignore him and even change his target. It seemed like he had no intention of challenging Li Feng. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. Although he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Xu Jing was the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. In the Rising Sky Mansion, as the son of the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Xu Jing's position was even higher than his. Soon after, Xu Jing's gaze landed on the flowery monk. At the same time, he moved and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on in just a blink of an eye, standing opposite him. Flowery monk, I'm no match for you in the past. However, today, I'll prove to everyone that I, Xu Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, am the strongest powerhouse among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Xu Jing's words were spoken with great vigor. Moreover, they were filled with strong confidence and were extremely infectious. However, faced with the confident Xu Jing, the flowery monk merely smiled nonchalantly. Young Mansion Master Xu, it's shocking that you've broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. However, if you think you can defeat me just because you've broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage, you're sorely mistaken. The moment his words left his mouth, the kasaya on the flowery monk's body began to flutter as the true origin in his body surged out. At this instant, with the flowery monk in the center, the surrounding space began to ripple. Ripples could be seen clearly. Ren Zhong, Liu Hongguang, and Xu Center's divine consciousness instantly sensed the aura emitted from the flowery monk's body. The three of them narrowed their eyes in unison as shock appeared on their faces. They exclaimed in a low voice, "Mastery-refined saint stage." Although the three of them did not exclaim loudly, the people present on the scene had extraordinary hearing. Naturally, they heard the three of them. At this moment, everyone present on the scene looked at the flowery monk in shock. This flowery monk has broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage as well. As expected of one of the two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in our Rising Sky Mansions district. The flowery monk's innate talent and strength are really ridiculous. The flowery monk has broken through, but I wonder if Jing Shuzi has broken through as well. Compared to Xu Jing's breakthrough to the mastery-refined saint stage, the flowery monk's breakthrough only shocked the crowd for a moment before they calmed down. In the crowd's opinion, the flowery monk had always been outstanding. Moreover, he had long been an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. Although they were surprised when they found out he had broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage, they found it to be normal. Apart from being shocked by the flower monk's breakthrough to the mastery-refined saint stage, many people were also curious if Jing Shuzi had also made a breakthrough. If I'm not mistaken, Jing Shuzi, you must have broken through as well, right? Unknowingly, Xu Jing had soared up into the air and looked at the young Taoist priest standing on another chess piece nearby as he asked loudly. From the beginning until the end, Xu Jing did not seem to be surprised by the flowery monk's cultivation base at all. It was as though he had long known this would happen. Moreover, when the flowery monk revealed his cultivation base at the mastery-refined saint stage, he actually had the mood to ask Jing Shuzi about his cultivation base. Faced with Xu Jing's question, Jing Shuzi nodded his head even though he did not say anything. The crowd immediately broke out in an uproar again. Even Jing Shuzi had broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. In this case, there were actually 3 mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses in the Rising Sky ranking battle this time. Good. Very good. Xu Jing was very satisfied with Jing Shuzi's reply. Chapter 1690. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Liu, I want to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time. Although Xu Jing's voice was not loud, it still resonated in the entire nimble chess set. The entire place fell silent. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they looked at each other. Some of them even poked their ears with their fingers, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Heavens! What did they just hear? Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, said he wanted to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time. Xu Jing's words were shocking to the others present on the scene. However, to the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Shuzi, their expressions turned grave immediately. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered they were, they could not hold it in. Xu Jing had really gone too far. Upon hearing Xu Jing's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked as well. Xu Jing actually wants to challenge both mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivators at the same time? How arrogant! He's too arrogant. Xu Jing actually wants to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time? Does he really think the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi are pushovers? Humph. It seems like he's very confident after breaking through to the mastery-refined saint stage. However, as a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator, He actually dares to challenge both a mastery-refined Saint Stage Martial cultivator and a mastery-refined Saint Stage Dao cultivator at the same time. Isn't he just seeking death? Seeking death? The flowery monk and Jing Shuzi won't dare to kill him. Although they can leave after killing Shu Jing, as the saying goes, the monk can run, but the temple can't. Even if they leave, the Rising Sky Mansion won't let the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine behind them go. When the people present on the scene regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt Shu Jing had overestimated himself for wanting to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time. Even Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang did not expect Shu Jing to be so arrogant. Due to this reason, they did not respond to Shu Jing's words at all. Young Mansion Master, what are you doing? Whether it's the flowery monk or Jing Shuzi, both of them are powerful opponents to you. I know your confidence has increased after you've broken through to the Mastery-Refined Saint stage, but both of them are at the Mastery-Refined Saint stage as well. It's impossible for you to be a match for both of them at once. Meanwhile, Shu Center frowned and sent a voice transmission to Shu Jing. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Shu Jing's reply. He looked at Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang and forced a smile on his face as he said, Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Liu, our young Mansion Master was just joking earlier. Was this a joke? Upon hearing Shu Center's words, everyone present looked at Shu Jing suspiciously. This joke was not funny at all. First Elder, I'm not joking. However, Shu Jing did not appreciate Shu Center's kindness at all. When Shu Center finished speaking, he spoke disdainfully. Shu Center's face turned red when he heard that. It wasn't easy for him to swallow his pride and help Shu Jing, but Shu Jing didn't appreciate it. This made him feel like he was using his hot face to stick to Shu Jing's cold butt. Shu Center was so infuriated that he waved his sleeves. He did not intend to interfere in this matter anymore. Young Mansion Master Shu, do you really want to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time? Ren Zhong asked solemnly as he looked at Shu Jing. Vice Mansion Master Ren, do you think I'm joking? Shu Jing frowned. Young Mansion Master Shu, you must think this through. Whether it's the flowery monk or Jing Shuzi, both of them are at the mastery-refined saint stage like you. You won't be able to gain the upper hand even if you fight both of them at the same time. Liu Hongguang chimed in. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Liu, but I've already made up my mind. Shu Jing replied nonchalantly. By right, this matter doesn't violate the rules of the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, if you want to fight both of them at the same time, you'll have to ask for their opinion first. If they're unwilling, even Elder Liu and I can't do anything about it. It's impossible for us to force them to fight you in such a manner since it's a humiliation to them. Ren Zhong said to Shu Jing with a troubled expression. At this moment, he could completely understand how the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi felt. If he were in their shoes, he would be furious as well. A person whom he had defeated in the past actually dared to challenge him in such a manner. It was simply humiliating. When Ren Zhong spoke, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. At this moment, whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Shuzi, their expressions were grave. However, they knew they had to give an answer at this moment. Just as they were about to reject the challenge, Shu Jing beat them to it and said, Flowery monk, Jing Shuzi, I know both of you are arrogant. However, if both of you don't dare to accept my challenge today, I'll have to sigh. The people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine are all trash. All trash. One must admit Shu Jing's words were ruthless. At the very least, the moment his words left his mouth, horror dawned on the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Senior brother Hua, since he's so arrogant, why don't you join forces with senior brother Jing Shuzi and get rid of him? That's right, senior brother Hua. Since he dares to bully our Brahma Temple, there's no need for you to care about anything else. Just join forces with senior brother Jing Shuzi and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Senior brother Hua, agree to his requests. Among the people from the Brahma Temple, other than the abbot and the other high-ranking officials who remained silent, The other disciples from the Brahma temple looked at the flowery monk and persuaded him to agree to Xu Jing's request and join forces with Jing Shuzi to fight Xu Jing. It was the same for the people from the Pure Yang Shrine. Apart from the high-ranking officials led by the monastery master of Pure Yang Shrine who remained silent with a grave expression, the group of disciples from the Pure Yang Shrine persuaded Jing Shuzi as well. Xu Jing's sudden action was also a shock to the others present. This was because he was provoking the two fifth-rate forces, the Brahma temple and the Pure Yang Shrine. Of course, with Xu Jing's background, it was not a big deal for him to provoke these two forces. However, the problem was that Xu Jing's provocation was related to the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. If the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi still refused him at this moment, they would undoubtedly fall into Xu Jing's trap and admit that the people of Brahma temple and Pure Yang Shrine were trash. I agree. Me too. Therefore, under such circumstances, regardless of whether it was the flowery monk or Jing Shuzi, they could not reject him. However, when they agreed, their expressions were extremely grave. Two pairs of eyes that were looking at Xu Jing were gleaming with terrifying cold light. They had already made up their minds. Even if they could not kill Xu Jing, they would still teach him an unforgettable lesson. They could tolerate Xu Jing's provocation. However, they could not tolerate Xu Jing's provocation of the sects behind them. To the disciples of the sects, especially the outstanding disciples who could represent their sects, provoking the sects behind them was no different from digging up their ancestors' graves. The people present on the scene were not surprised by the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi agreeing to Xu Jing's request. Under such circumstances, even if the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi felt Xu Jing's request was a little insulting, they had no choice but to agree. According to Xu Jing, if they did not agree, it would be equivalent to them admitting that the people in their sects were trash. This Xu Jing is really crazy. Does he really think he's invincible just because he has broken through to the mastery refined saint stage? He wants to challenge two people who are also at the mastery refined saint stage like him? Let's see if he can still be so arrogant when he's defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. At that time, I'm afraid he'll be so ashamed that he'll want to dig a hole and hide in it. Right now, I'm looking forward to the scene of him being defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. I'm afraid they'll be able to defeat him in less than 10 moves if they join forces. When the people present on the scene saw the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi agreeing to Xu Jing's request, they began to whisper among themselves again. Unfortunately, Xu Jing has the rising sky mansion behind him. Otherwise, the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi would definitely want to kill him. That's right. With the rising sky mansion behind him, even if the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi can defeat him, they won't dare to kill him. Humph. I think he must have thought about this. Otherwise, why would he dare to challenge the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time? Many people felt indignant. They felt that if it was not for the rising sky mansion behind Xu Jing, he would not have dared to make such a request. Don't tell me Xu Jing is really confident he can defeat the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time? Unlike the others, Duan Lingtian felt a little uncertain when he saw the pride and confidence in Xu Jing's eyes. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, he was confident that his ability to judge a person was not bad. Currently, Xu Jing had subconsciously revealed the aura of a victor. If he really has the strength to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi when they join forces, then his strength can be considered as top-notch even among the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses. If he really has such strength, I'll be lucky if I can fight him to a draw. It's impossible for me to kill him. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his heart felt a little heavy. There was only one reason he came to the Rising Sky Mansion's district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. It was to kill Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and help Xuanai to break off the engagement. However, it seemed like it would not be so easy to kill Xu Jing. I hope he's really arrogant and not really confident. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only hope. However, he felt the possibility of this happening was very low. Due to this reason, his heart seemed to be shrouded by a layer of dark clouds as the pressure increased. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, Jing Shuzi had left the chess piece he was on and appeared on the chess piece the flowery monk was on. He stood side by side with the flowery monk as they faced off against Xu Jing. Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, wanted to fight the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi alone. In the past, any one of the two could easily crush Xu Jing. However, today, Xu Jing wanted to challenge both of them at the same time. Chapter 1691. Xu Jing's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. In the past, any one of the two people in front of him had strength that far surpassed him, and could completely suppress him. But today, he was going to fight both of them at the same time with his own strength. Moreover, he was the one who suggested it. The reason why he dared to make such a request was naturally not because he was speaking without thinking. Instead, it was because he was truly confident. As for his confidence, it came from the devouring dark devil technique. Others might not know about his improvement in the past year, but he knew it very well. Due to this reason, he remained calm from the beginning until the end when he was faced with the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi joining forces. He knew the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi would not be a match for him even if they joined forces. They were merely two mastery-refined saint-stage martial cultivators. Everyone present on the scene could not help but hold their breaths when they saw Xu Jing, the flowery monk, and Jing Shuzi confronting each other. Even Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang, the two main hosts of the Rising Sky ranking battle, had their eyes glued to Xu Jing and the other two. To be more precise, their gazes were mostly on Xu Jing. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Xu Jing. Xu Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and they had seen him more than once. Due to this reason, they had a certain understanding of Xu Jing and knew his innate talent and strength. It's already shocking that Xu Jing's cultivation base is at the mastery-refined saint stage. However, he actually wants to challenge both the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time. Vice Mansion Master Ren, don't you think he's a little too arrogant? Liu Hongguang asked through voice transmission as he looked at Ren Zhong. A year ago, he was only an early refined saint stage martial cultivator. However, after a year, he has already broken through to the mastery-refined saint stage. This isn't something the Rising Sky Mansion can do. Due to this reason, I'm certain he must have had a fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. Since he has had a fortuitous encounter, and his strength has risen so much, it's normal for him to be confident. Ren Zhong said through voice transmission, if he challenged the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi separately, he might have a chance of winning. However, he actually challenged the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at the same time. He's overconfident and arrogant. I really don't know what fortuitous encounter he had to be so arrogant. Look at him, he seems very confident as though he'll definitely be able to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. Liu Hongguang added. In the past, both the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi were far stronger than him. Now that his strength has increased tremendously, it's normal for him to be arrogant and conceited. However, it may not be a bad thing for him to suffer a setback in this battle. It will teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to underestimate anyone again. Ren Zhong snorted and said. Liu Hongguang nodded in agreement. Damn it. The scene before him caused Xu Center's expression to become extremely ugly. However, he did not mind Xu Jing being defeated. However, to a certain extent, Xu Jing represented the Rising Sky Mansion's reputation. It would be fine if he won, but if he lost, he and the Rising Sky Mansion would become a laughingstock in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. As the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, naturally, he did not want the force behind him to become a laughingstock because of Xu Jing. However, the matter in front of him was clearly not something he could interfere in. At the same time, the surrounding people were still whispering to each other. Although Xu Jing appeared to be very confident, not many people were optimistic about him. Among the other ring masters, only Du and Lingtian had a slightly solemn expression on his face. Whether it was the Winemeat Monk, Jade Void Zi, Yin Shu Zi, or the others, when they looked at Xu Jing, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. It was obvious they did not think Xu Jing was strong enough to defeat the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi when they joined forces. Xu Jing, since you're fighting two people at once, we won't take advantage of you. You can make the first move. The flowery monk said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. As he spoke, The kasaya on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It faintly emitted a terrifying aura. It was obvious he was truly enraged. The flowery monk was not the only one who was truly enraged. Jing Shuzi was enraged as well. Although Jing Shuzi was a Taoist master and was usually very calm, at this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart when faced with Shu Jing's continuous provocation and humiliation. Flowery monk, Jing Shuzi, I know both of you think I'm humiliating you, but I want to tell both of you that I'm no longer the same as before. For this reason, I hope both of you will fight me with your full strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning both of you when you die. Shu Jing smiled sinisterly as he looked at the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. Based on his words, it was obvious he did not take the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi seriously. Moreover, he planned to kill both of them. The flowery monk and Jing Shuzi did not dare to kill Shu Jing because they were worried the Rising Sky Mansion would seek revenge from the forces behind them. However, Shu Jing was different. The Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force behind Shu Jing. Naturally, he was not afraid of the two fifth-rate forces behind the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi seeking revenge. Even if the Brahma Temple and the Pure Yang Shrine joined forces, they were nothing to the Rising Sky Mansion. This was the difference between a fourth-rate force and a fifth-rate force. We'll have to see if you're capable of making us unleash our full strength or not. Jing Shuzi, who was usually calm, was enraged. Both of you will soon find out if I'm capable or not. Shu Jing smiled sinisterly again. At the same time, as soon as his words left his mouth, the space within a 100-meter radius around him began to ripple. A majestic true origin rose from his body and transformed into a tornado in just a blink of an eye. This tornado was similar to the technique he used to kill Zhong Jiyu. It was a technique he cast through his territory. His territory was called the Hurricane Territory. Anyone who entered his territory would feel as though they were being shrouded by a hurricane. The stronger Shu Jing's true origin was, the more powerful his territory would be. This tornado was formed by reversing the hurricane in his hurricane territory. It was similar to Duan Ling Tian's 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territories, 10,000 Swords Territory. Unlike when he fought with Zhong Jiyu, Shu Jing unleashed the strength of a mastery-refined Saint Stage powerhouse the moment he made his move. The current tornado's power was comparable to the tornado that had killed Zhong Jiyu in an instant. In the face of this tornado, even the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi's faces turned solemn. Both of their bodies trembled in unison. At this instant, the kasaya on the flowery monk and the Daoist robe on Jing Shuzi fluttered loudly as their true origin stirred. At the same time, a territory formed in a 100-meter radius around the flowery monk. Chapter 1692. When the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi faced Shu Jing's territory technique, they formed their own territory with their true origin. The flowery monk's territory was filled with a golden luster. Of course, compared to Duan Lingtian's myriad swords territory, the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was nothing. This was because Duan Lingtian's myriad swords territory was as dazzling as the sun. The flowery monk's territory was not dazzling at all. Of course, although the golden luster in the flowery monk's territory was not dazzling, it did not mean that his territory was weak. In the flowery monk's territory, one could vaguely see illusory Buddhas. These Buddhas were similar to statues. Some were standing, some were sitting with their legs crossed, some were noble, some were elegant, some had their palms together, and some were pinching their fingers together. They looked very lifelike and lifelike. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 Buddhas. 1,000 Buddha territory. At the same time, many people exclaimed softly when they saw the flowery monk's territory. 1,000 Buddha territory? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Although he was far away, he could still feel the extraordinariness of the flowery monk's 1,000 Buddha territory. Although it was not as good as his myriad swords territory, it was still considered a higher-level territory compared to other territories. Those statue-like Buddhas invisibly exerted a kind of pressure on those who saw them. Some Buddhas had benevolent looks, some Buddhas had ferocious looks, some Buddhas had smiles all over their faces, and some Buddhas had long faces, as though someone owed them money. At the same time, Jing Shuzi's territory was formed. Jing Shuzi's territory was blue. This blue color was similar to the blue color of his daoist robe. Within this blue domain, one could vaguely see two gigantic swords moving about. Both of these swords were over 30 meters long and 2 meters wide. They revolved around Jing Shuzi and moved around his domain at a moderate speed, as if they were his protective swords. Yin-yang territory. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many people exclaiming softly, "Yin-yang territory?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He was not unfamiliar with the term yin and yang. In his previous life, in his hometown on Earth, in that ancient and mysterious Eastern capital, many Taoist classics mentioned the word yin and yang. One origin, two polarities, three powers, four divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces. These were all recorded in the Taoist scriptures. Although Duan Lingtian didn't quite understand what they meant, he could still remember them. Although Jing Shuzi's territory is not as powerful as the Flowery Monk's territory, the power of the pair of yin-yang two chi swords in his two chi's territory is not to be underestimated. Previously, he had used this pair of yin-yang two chi swords to suppress the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddha territory. Soon, a voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. "I've also heard about the incident that you're talking about. However, I've also heard that the Flowery Monk had once used his Thousand Buddha territory to restrain Jing Shuzi's yin-yang territory and used his true origin to suppress Jing Shuzi." Then, someone else chimed in. "The Flowery Monk and Jing Shuzi's strength are on par with each other. Usually, the battle between the two of them would end in a tie or one of them would win. However, it would still be a narrow victory. This is no longer a secret in our Rising Sky Mansions district. Even so, if we're talking about territories, Jing Shuzi's two chi's territory is much stronger." "I think so too. The pair of yin-yang two chi swords in Jing Shuzi's two chi's territory is not inferior to his saint weapon." "That's right. Especially in a situation like the Rising Sky ranking battle where saint weapons aren't allowed, he's able to gain a lot of advantages by relying on the yin-yang two chi swords in his territory." The whispers in the surroundings entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly, allowing him to learn about the pair of gigantic swords in Jing Shuzi's territory. Yin-yang two chi swords. Interesting. Duan Lingtian had unknowingly shifted his gaze to Jing Shuzi's pair of yin-yang two chi swords. At this moment, whether it was the thousands of statue-like Buddhas in the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory or the pair of yin-yang two chi swords that twined around Jing Shuzi, all of them began to make their moves. Faced with the vast tornado that Shu Jing cast with his territory, the thousands of Buddhas in the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory gleamed. At once, it seemed as though there were more than 2,000 light spots that shone brightly like 2,000 miniature suns. In the next instant, these Buddhas swarmed together like a swarm of bees. As the sun-like light shone in all directions, when the crowd regained their senses, they discovered a gigantic golden Buddha had appeared in front of their eyes. It was a huge golden Buddha. It stood there like a towering mountain. Even the tornadoes that Shu Jing had created with his domain were much smaller in front of this golden Buddha. They were not even as tall as the golden Buddha's waist. Looking at this scene, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Although he knew that this was only a dharma that the Flowery Monk condensed with his territory, he was still shocked. This was because this dharma was simply too huge. At first glance, it gave off an invisible pressure. Of course, this pressure was not only due to the energy that was contained within this dharma. More importantly, it was due to the size of this dharma. This feeling was as though a towering mountain had suddenly appeared in front of you. When the Flowery Monk's Thousand Buddhas territory condensed a gigantic golden Buddha dharma, Jing Shuzi's pair of yin-yang two chi swords had also arrived. When they were near the edge of the territory, they actually devoured the power of the territory in a frenzy. This caused the blue color within a 100-meter radius around Jing Shuzi to dim by quite a bit. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pair of yin-yang two chi swords also underwent a drastic change. Firstly, their size had increased tremendously. Although it was not as exaggerated as the Flowery Monk's Great Buddha Dharma, it was still much bigger than the tornado. Of course, this was only referring to any one of the swords. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the two swords that did not look any different from each other before had undergone a drastic change at this moment. One of the swords had completely transformed into a black color. It was also surrounded by a black mist that looked a little like devil chi. However, its aura was filled with Daoist righteousness. It was obvious that it was not devil chi. The other sword, on the other hand, had completely transformed into a dazzling white color. It was shimmering with a white radiance that caused those with a lower cultivation base to not dare to look directly at it. I was wondering why two identical swords would be called yin-yang two chi swords. So, this is their true appearance. The yin-yang two chi swords indeed live up to their name. Looking at the scene before him, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. Following that, a flash appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was the great Buddha Dharma form that was transformed from the flowery monk's thousand Buddha territory. It suddenly swung its right arm, and its palm that was as big as a mountain brought along the sound of wind and thunder as it slammed down on the vast tornado. In an instant, accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form landed on the tornado. The two powerful forces collided, causing the void to tremble. Waves of airwaves swept out, setting off billowing winds that raged in all directions. It made a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great Buddha Dharma form that was as big as a mountain suddenly trembled before it shattered into pieces. Barf! At the same time, the flowery monk's face instantly turned pale. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. It was obvious that he was severely injured. On the other hand, the tornado that was hit by the palm of the great Buddha Dharma form was almost completely depleted. Strangely, Xu Jing, who was also at the mastery refined saint stage, was not injured like the flowery monk. Not only that, but the tornado that seemed like it was about to run out of energy suddenly swept up again and returned to its peak state. Seeing this scene, not only was the flowery monk's eyes wide open with disbelief, even the bystanders present were all dumbstruck. What did this mean? It meant that although they were both at the mastery refined saint stage, the flowery monk's strength was far inferior to Xu Jing's. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the stunned crowd was soon attracted by the sound of two swords whistling through the air. It was Jing Shuzi's yin-yang two chi swords. The two gigantic swords, one black and one white, shot through the air. Wherever they passed, the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. Naturally, it was not really stopping. It was just that the speed of the gigantic swords was so fast that the airflow in the surroundings seemed to have stopped. In the next instant, Jing Shuzi's yin-yang two chi swords collided with the tornado that was formed by Xu Jing again. One must admit that in terms of offensive strength, Jing Shuzi's yin-yang two chi swords were much more powerful than the flowery monk's great Buddha Dharma form. When the two swords struck out, the tornado was instantly destroyed. On the other hand, the yin-yang two chi swords still had some energy left. What a powerful attack! Many people were shocked when they saw this. Jing Shuzi's yin-yang two chi swords were an eye-opener. The people from the Pure Yang Shrine laughed. There was no need for the flowery monk. Just their Pure Yang Shrine's Jing Shuzi alone was enough to suppress Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Xu Jing had boasted earlier that he would fight two people at once. What a joke! Jing Shuzi, your yin-yang two chi swords are indeed powerful. However, it's time for all of this to end. Just when the crowd thought Jing Shuzi had the ability to suppress Xu Jing's voice sounded in a timely manner. However, at this moment, Xu Jing's voice was laced with a hint of wickedness and coldness. It caused the people who heard his voice to shudder. At the same time, before they could even react, they could feel an even more terrifying aura surging out of Xu Jing's body. At the same time, an even more powerful and vast tornado, mixed with waves of monstrous demonic qi, swept out at an extremely terrifying speed. Chapter 1693. Although Duan Lingtian was present, he did not notice the sudden change in the situation. The reason why he didn't feel it was because his mind wasn't here at all. When Jing Shuzi's yin-yang two chi swords charged toward the tornado cast by Xu Jing, Duan Lingtian's attention was completely attracted by the yin-yang two chi swords. He saw something different on the yin-yang two forms sword. The different things mentioned here were different from what he currently knew about the way of the sword. Looking at the yin-yang two forms sword, he seemed to have understood something. In his mind, pairs of yin and yang two forms swords crossed each other. Each pair of yin and yang two forms swords had different movements. Although the movements were different, the sword Dao essence that they revealed were all different paths leading to the same goal. At this moment, some of the problems that Duan Lingtian had encountered in the past when trying to break through to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, were also easily resolved. The last layer of window paper was suddenly torn open. The second stage of Sovereign Heart Sword, Sword Shadow follows the heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially comprehended the state of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was also a completely new and more powerful state. At this stage, once Duan Lingtian made a move, its power would be comparable to the offensive moves of a heaven-rank saint-grade martial tactic. It was completely different from the offensive moves of an earth-rank saint-grade martial tactic. So that's how it is. Sword Shadow follows the heart, so that's how it is. Just as Duan Lingtian regained his senses and a look of realization appeared on his face, a faintly discernible sword chi wreaked havoc on his body. At this moment, he stood there as if he had turned into a sword, an incomparably sharp sword. However, he was quickly jolted awake. At this time, it was impossible for him not to be startled awake. This was because he discovered that when Jing Shuzi's yin and yang dual forces suppressed the vast tornado that Xu Jing cast again, not only was Xu Jing not pushed back, but his body was emitting an even more powerful aura. Moreover, in this aura, there was an additional aura that Duan Lingtian was familiar with. When the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring started to vibrate, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. A devil cultivator. This Xu Jing is actually a devil cultivator? No. He concealed his strength. At this point, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Xu Jing had concealed his strength and was at the mastery refined saint stage. If he didn't hide his strength, how strong would he be? Even though Duan Lingtian had just comprehended the second stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and his strength had increased greatly, he could not help but turn pale with fright. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, Ren Zhong, Liu Hongguang, and Xu Center, who were the first to react, also changed their expressions at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Xu Jing, who not only emitted an even more powerful true origin from his body, but also waves of demonic qi permeated his true origin. The current Xu Jing was like a completely different person compared to the Xu Jing earlier. At the same time, the tornado that appeared out of nowhere was even more powerful and filled with devil qi. It was as tall as the great Buddha Dharma form formed by the flowery monk's 1000 Buddha domain. It swept toward the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi at a ridiculously fast speed. The two of them were pressured to the point of suffocation by the speed of the tornado. Swoosh! Swoosh! Horror dawned on both of their faces as a terrifying thought appeared in their minds. The peak of the refined saint stage. Xu Jing has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. This was the only thing they had time to think about. They did not even have time to think about when Xu Jing had become a devil cultivator. When the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi realized Xu Jing's current strength and how terrifying the attack he cast was, there was only one thought left in their minds: run. At this instant, both of them fled in two different directions. When the thought of fleeing appeared in their minds, Jing Shuzi's yin-yang two chi swords were also destroyed by the tornado that was even more powerful. The tornado did not slow down at all as it continued to charge toward the fleeing flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. Senior brother flowery monk. The group of people from Brahma Temple also regained their senses at this moment. Horror dawned on them. The abbot of Brahma Temple had also discovered Xu Jing's true cultivation base at this moment. His expression was extremely grave as he looked at the fleeing flowery monk worriedly. It was the same for the people from Pure Yang Shrine. However, the group of people from Brahma Temple, led by the abbot, quickly changed their expressions. This was because they clearly saw the tornado that was filled with monstrous devil qi cast by Xu Jing had caught up to the flowery monk. Not only that, but he had also disappeared into the tornado. After he disappeared, blood splattered everywhere in the tornado. The flowery monk was dead. No. The abbot of Brahma Temple trembled as his face turned pale. The direct disciple that he valued the most, the direct disciple whom he saw as the future hope of Brahma Temple, had actually died. It was difficult for him to accept this reality. However, the bloody scene before his eyes told him that he had to accept it even if he did not want to. This was the truth, the undeniable truth. When the people saw the flowery monk being turned into a blood mist in just a blink of an eye, the sound of people inhaling sharply resonated in the air. However, nobody made a sound. This was because their attention was on Jing Shuzi. It must be said that Jing Shuzi was luckier than the flowery monk. Due to the flowery monk's injuries, his speed had also decreased. However, he was not injured in the beginning. Even when the yin-yang Tu-Chi sword was destroyed and he was injured, it was only after he had fled for a distance. Therefore, he managed to escape by brushing against the tornado. Even so, he was still sent flying by the terrifying energy at the edge of the tornado. Barf! Jing Shuzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Now that his injuries had worsened, his face was extremely pale. He was barely able to stand in the air as his body swayed unsteadily. Jing Shuzi, quickly admit defeat. At this moment, the Puryang Monastery's master noticed that Shu Jing's eyes were flickering with cold killing intent. His heart shuddered and he could no longer care about anything else. He immediately shouted to remind Jing Shuzi as if he was afraid that Jing Shuzi would be killed by Shu Jing if he admitted defeat too late. He would end up like the flowery monk. Jing Shuzi's significance to the Puryang Shrine was similar to the flowery monk's significance to the Brahma Temple. To the Puryang Shrine master, everyone who came with him could die except for Jing Shuzi. This was because Jing Shuzi was the hope of the Puryang Shrine, the future of the Puryang Shrine. As long as Jing Shuzi could grow in the future, he would definitely be able to lead the Puryang Shrine to glory. It was not impossible for him to lead the Puryang Shrine to replace the Rising Sky Mansion and become a new fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the monastery master of Puryang Shrine did not want Jing Shuzi to die as long as there was a possibility. At the same time, Jing Shuzi, who was injured and shocked by Shu Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage, jolted when he heard his master's reminder. He regained his senses and opened his mouth with much difficulty. I admit, unfortunately, before he could finish the word admit defeat, a black streak of light swept across the sky. Whoosh! The speed of this black streak of light was actually not any slower than the speed of the tornado earlier. A black ray of light flashed past and left a bloody hole between Jing Shuzi's eyebrows. Jing Shuzi's eyes that were originally brimming with vigor had now lost their luster. His entire body twitched as he fell from the sky. Even with the reminder from the monastery master of Puryang Shrine, it was still too late for Jing Shuzi to admit defeat. The difference of a single word had caused him to walk on the road to the Yellow Springs, following in the footsteps of the flowery monk. The two most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district had died just like that. They had died in the hands of the same person. Moreover, this person was someone they had defeated in the past. Jing Shuzi. Senior brother Jing Shuzi. When Jing Shuzi was killed, horror dawned on the faces of the people from Puryang Shrine. The monastery master of Puryang Shrine was especially anxious. When he saw Jing Shuzi had been killed, he instantly felt his vision turn black as his vital energy and blood rushed to his heart, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. If it was not for his extraordinary cultivation base, perhaps, he would have already fainted. At the same time, the entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were trained on Xu Jing. Although Xu Jing was the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and the good things in his possession were not any less than the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi, he had also taken the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi's spatial rings. These were his spoils of war. How's this possible? Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was defeated by the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi in the past. Both the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi could easily defeat him. However, even when they joined forces to fight him, they were still killed by him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't believe such a ridiculous thing would happen. Who can tell me if I'm dreaming? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. As the people present on the scene regained their senses, many of them cried out in surprise. They were shocked by Xu Jing's current strength. Xu Jing was only an early refined Saint stage martial cultivator a year ago. Previously, many people found it unbelievable when he displayed his cultivation base at the mastery refined Saint stage after a year. They thought he must have had some fortuitous encounter in this 1 year. In everyone's opinion, breaking through from the early refined Saint stage to the mastery refined Saint stage after a year was a ridiculous matter. However, such an exaggerated matter seemed to be nothing in front of the strength that Xu Jing had just displayed. I've never heard of Xu Jing being a devil cultivator before this. After a year, he actually fell into the devil Dao and became a devil cultivator. Many people had a solemn expression on their faces when they realized Xu Jing was a devil cultivator. Even if he's a devil cultivator, it only took him a year to break through from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. This seems a little unrealistic, right? Many people chimed in. Indeed, it's unrealistic. However, this is the truth. If he hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's impossible for him to kill the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi so easily. I can't believe Xu Jing has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It seems like he was still holding back when he killed Zhong Jiyu and fought with the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. He looked at the place where Jing Shuzi was killed and muttered to himself, Jing Shuzi, it was your yin-yang two forms sword that gave me inspiration and allowed me to comprehend the second stage of the sovereign heart sword in one go. Don't worry, I'll kill him and avenge you. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he shifted his gaze to Xu Jing with a cold gleam in his eyes. After comprehending the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, he was no longer afraid of fighting Xu Jing, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, he was not completely confident he could kill Xu Jing. According to his estimation, if they did not rely on any external help, the difference in their strength should be about the same. Even if he was stronger, he would not be that much stronger. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still wanted to fight Xu Jing. This was the best opportunity to kill Xu Jing and help Xuan get out of this crisis. If Xu Jing died outside of the Rising Sky ranking battle, it would definitely implicate the Greenwave Han Mansion. This was not something he wanted to see. Otherwise, he would not have come here alone to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. If the reason Duan Lingtian wanted to kill Xu Jing in the beginning was because of Han Xuanai. However, Jing Shuzi was also the reason why he wanted to kill Xu Jing. Although Duan Lingtian and Jing Shuzi did not know each other and had never communicated with each other before, Jing Shuzi had unknowingly helped him. To Duan Lingtian, this was a favor that he had to repay. Duan Lingtian did not like owing people favors, let alone a favor from a dead person. Due to this reason, he wanted to kill Xu Jing to repay this favor. Duan Lingtian's gaze gradually turned determined. Young Mansion Master has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. At the same time, the people from the Rising Sky Mansion were in an uproar. As members of the Rising Sky Mansion, they knew Xu Jing's background better than anyone else. Due to this reason, they were even more shocked and only regained their senses now. Naturally, this was also because their cultivation base was not high enough. Xu Center was also a member of the Rising Sky Mansion. Moreover, he was the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, but he had already regained his senses. He has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Xu Center's old face twitched. His eyes were filled with shock. He could not figure out how Xu Jing, who was only at the early refined saint stage a year ago, managed to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage in just a year. This was already beyond the scope of his understanding. Although this was beyond his understanding, it did not stop him from yearning for the fortuitous encounter that Xu Jing had encountered. When I return to the Rising Sky Mansion, I must join forces with the other elders and the few Vice Mansion Masters to force him to tell us about his fortuitous encounter. If I can replicate the fortuitous encounter at that time, doesn't that mean my strength will also be raised rapidly? The moment Xu Center thought of this, his heart burned with excitement. The sorrow he felt when his grandson, Xu Center, was killed had also faded away. No matter what, when the people from the Rising Sky Mansion finally regained their senses, they were shocked by Xu Jing's current cultivation base. Their eyes were filled with emotions as they looked at Xu Jing. Xu Jing, I really didn't expect you to have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. I'm sure everyone here is curious about how you managed to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year. I wonder if you'll be able to answer our questions? Ren Zhong asked bluntly as he looked at Xu Jing. Although he knew it was impossible for Xu Jing to answer, he could not help but ask. Upon hearing Ren Zhong's words, Liu Hongguang also looked at Xu Jing with a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Even the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion led by Xu Center, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, and the others, including Du and Lingtian, looked at Xu Jing one after another. The group of people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine, led by the abbot and the shrine master, looked at Xu Jing with anger and hatred in their eyes. However, there was also a hint of curiosity in their eyes. It was apparent they were curious about what had happened to Xu Jing in the past year. To be more precise, everyone was curious about what had happened to Xu Jing in the past year. Breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage in just a year was just too ridiculous. In the distance, the hunchbacked young man who followed Xu Jing here had a smug expression on his face when he saw his young mansion master had become the center of attention. Although he did not have much status in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was the only one who knew the secret of his young mansion master. Naturally, he did not dare to spread the secret out since he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. If he violated it, he would be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. Vice Mansion Master Ren, I know what all of you are thinking. I admit that I did have a fortuitous encounter in this past year. However, this fortuitous encounter can't be duplicated. It can only help one person. I'm that lucky person. Xu Jing said calmly when he faced the gazes from the surroundings. That's such a pity. Ren Zhong sighed when he heard this. No one knew if he really believed Xu Jing's words. Naturally, it did not matter whether he believed it or not. After Xu Jing killed the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi, he naturally became the ringmaster again. At the same time, the scorching sun in the sky was gradually setting in the west. In another 2 hours, it would be evening again. After Xu Jing became the ringmaster, there were still only 9 ringmasters left. An early refined saint stage sectless cultivator who was slightly stronger took over and became the last ringmaster. At the same time, another 2 early refined saint stage martial and Dao cultivators who were quite strong defeated Xu Gang and another Rising Sky Mansion's disciple one after another. Upon seeing this, many people sighed emotionally. Although the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi were not as strong as Xu Jing, as long as they did not die, it would not be difficult for them to rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking. Unfortunately, they were both dead. Naturally, the reason they thought the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi would rank in the top 4 of the Rising Sky ranking was because of Du and Lingtian. To be more precise, it was because of Li Feng whom Du and Lingtian had disguised himself as. Although Du and Lingtian had only fought twice, the battle where he easily killed Shu Kan, the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was enough to prove his strength was extraordinary. He was either an elite powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage who was close to the mastery refined saint stage, or he was a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse. Li Feng has killed 2 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, and one of them is even the grandson of the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion. I wonder if Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, will make a move on Li Feng? Soon after, Someone glanced at Duan Lingtian before looking at Xu Jing and muttering to himself. Although his voice was not loud, many people still heard him. At this moment, many pairs of eyes shifted between Duan Lingtian and Xu Jing. Even Ren Center was looking at Xu Jing with anticipation. Although he felt Li Feng, who had killed his grandson, would definitely admit defeat when he faced Xu Jing, he still hoped Xu Jing would challenge Li Feng to defeat Li Feng. As for Li Feng's life, he would naturally look for an opportunity to take it in the future. Even if he had joined the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, he would still seek revenge. He would definitely avenge his grandson. Even if he doesn't challenge me, I'll still challenge him. Chapter 1695. What a joke. The reason Duan Lingtian came here and participated in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Naturally, only Duan Lingtian knew about this. The others were unaware of this. While the group of people was whispering among themselves, wondering if Xu Jing would challenge Duan Lingtian or not, Xu Jing's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, in his eyes, the cold-faced young man was called Li Feng, and he was a sectless cultivator. To be honest, when he found out Duan Lingtian had killed Shu Kan, not only did he not hate Duan Lingtian, but he also thought it was good that Shu Kan had died. Before he cultivated the devouring dark devil technique, Shu Kan was the only person in the Rising Sky Mansion who could threaten him. Naturally, the threat referred to whether he would be able to become the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion in the future, since Shu Kan was the only person of the same generation in the Rising Sky Mansion who could compete with him for the position of the next mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Shu Kan was dead, it meant he no longer had a competitor. Naturally, even if Shu Center did not die, he was not afraid Shu Kan would compete with him. In fact, he was currently at the peak of the refined saint stage. Even the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi, who were at the mastery refined saint stage, were killed by him, let alone Shu Kan, who was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Xu Jing was not interested in avenging Shu Kan, he quickly made up his mind when he saw the anticipation in the eyes of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. He would challenge Li Feng. Of course, in his opinion, challenging Li Feng was just a formality. Li Feng had already seen his strength earlier, so he would definitely be too scared to accept the challenge. However, this formality was enough to further establish his image in the hearts of the people from the Rising Sky Mansion. This would only benefit him when he became the mansion master in the future. Under the watchful eyes of the others, another person walked out from the group of people from the Rising Sky Mansion. "Young mansion master, please." The moment this Rising Sky Mansion's disciple appeared, he immediately went to the chess piece Xu Jing was on and announced he wanted to challenge Xu Jing. Naturally, no one would think that he had the guts to challenge Xu Jing. When they saw him challenging Xu Jing, they knew that Xu Jing intended to challenge Duan Lingtian. To be more precise, he intended to challenge Li Feng, whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. "I admit defeat." As expected, when the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple challenged Xu Jing immediately admitted defeat and eliminated himself. In the next moment, without waiting for Xu Jing to challenge Duan Lingtian, everyone's gazes landed on Duan Lingtian. They all knew what Xu Jing was going to do next. Just as they had guessed, after Xu Jing admitted defeat, he leaped into the air and landed firmly on the huge chess piece that Duan Lingtian was on. Xu Jing hovered in the air and looked at Duan Lingtian condescendingly. "You're Li Feng, right? You killed my Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. If you have the guts, fight me. If you have the guts, fight me." Xu Jing's words were clearly saying that if Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept his challenge, he would be considered a coward. However, the people present on the scene did not agree with his words at all. Humph. Does he think he'll be able to provoke Li Feng into accepting his challenge by saying that? That's right. It's fine if he didn't show his true strength earlier, but now that he has, how can Li Feng accept his challenge? Isn't that equivalent to seeking death? Li Feng is, at most, a mastery-refined saint-stage martial cultivator like the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. It's a pity for the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. If it wasn't for Xu Jing deliberately concealing his cultivation base, they wouldn't have had to fight him and end up dying. That's right. This Xu Jing is too cunning. The onlookers whispered among themselves. They did not think Duan Lingtian would accept Xu Jing's challenge since Xu Jing was just too strong. Let alone the Rising Sky Mansions district, even in all the fourth-rate forces districts, there was no one below the age of 50 who was as strong as Xu Jing. He was not even 50 years old yet, but he was already at the peak of the refined saint stage. Such a person was rare even in quasi-third-rate forces. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian would admit defeat, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at Xu Jing indifferently. Based on your words, it seems like you think I'll admit defeat. Don't tell me you won't admit defeat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Xu Jing could not help but sneer. Why should I admit defeat? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Duan Lingtian continued to say indifferently. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with determination. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire nimble chess set fell silent. One could vaguely hear the rapid breathing of many people. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. Li Feng actually accepted Xu Jing's challenge? My goodness. Don't tell me he's not afraid of death. With Xu Jing's current strength, unless he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, it's impossible for him to be a match for Xu Jing. Don't tell me he's also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage since he accepted Xu Jing's challenge? How's that possible? Don't forget he's not even 40 years old yet, let alone the fact that there's no martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who's not even 40 years old in the Dobasay subterranean. Such a person would be one of the best among the younger generation even in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. When the crowd regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. Little brother Li Feng, don't be rash. Although Xu Jing's strength has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage and his cultivation base is still unstable, his cultivation base is still at the peak of the refined saint stage. It's not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse can compare to. At this moment, Ren Zhong's reminder sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Liu Hongguang reminded him as well. Whether it was Ren Zhong or Liu Hongguang, both of them did not wish for Li Feng to accept Xu Jing's challenge. After all, if Li Feng accepted Xu Jing's challenge, he would most likely be killed by Xu Jing. Li Feng was a genius martial cultivator they had their eyes on. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to Li Feng. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian merely smiled at their reminder and replied through voice transmission, "Thank you for your concern, but I don't think he's capable of killing me yet." The peak of the refined saint stage? His cultivation base was still unstable. When Duan Lingtian heard Ren Zhong's words, he calmed down slightly. Naturally, he believed Ren Zhong's words. After all, Xu Jing was the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion, a fourth-rate force. Previously, he was most worried that Xu Jing's cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage had already stabilized. If that was the case, it would not be easy to deal with him anymore. However, now that he knew Xu Jing's cultivation base was still unstable, he was slightly relieved. Of course, he was only slightly relieved. Even if his cultivation base had not stabilized, it was still at the peak of the refined saint stage just like Ren Zhong had said. It was not something a mastery refined saint stage powerhouse could compare to. Ren Zhong was unaware of Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base. If he knew Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, he would most likely be so shocked that he would have a heart attack. In the Dao martial saint land, such a ridiculous thing had never happened before when someone was at the intermediate pristine saint stage and had killed Xu Can, who was an outstanding powerhouse at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. Good. Good. Very good. At this moment, Xu Jing, who was stunned by Duan Lingtian's straightforward acceptance of his challenge, finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Li Feng, I must say that you're really gutsy. Unfortunately, the world of martial artists isn't a place where gutsy people can survive. Soon, I'll let you know how stupid you are for accepting my challenge. No. Perhaps, you'll be killed by me in just one blow. You won't even have the time to realize how stupid you are. When Xu Jing reached the end of his sentence, he had a mocking smile on his face as though Duan Lingtian was about to be killed by him. Is that so? No matter how good Duan Lingtian's temper was, he could not help but feel enraged when he heard Xu Jing's words. What? Are you angry? If you're angry, just give birth quickly. Perhaps you won't have the chance to be angry anymore after a while. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and ignored Xu Jing. He merely stared at him coldly. You can make the first move. I won't take advantage of you. Xu Jing sneered. Upon hearing Xu Jing's provocative words, Duan Lingtian's anger rose again. However, when the people present heard Xu Jing's words, they did not think much of it. This was because they felt that Xu Jing was qualified to say such words. Is Li Feng's head kicked by a donkey? He actually accepted Xu Jing's challenge. Doesn't he know that he's digging his own grave? Humph. He's digging his own grave. Not many people present were optimistic about Li Feng's chances of winning. Apart from a few sectless cultivators who were looking at Duan Lingtian worriedly, the people from the various forces were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were watching a good show. These people from the various forces did not have a good impression of sectless cultivators. This was especially true for a sectless cultivator who was as outstanding as Duan Lingtian. They were even more envious of him. It was truly infuriating for a sectless cultivator to possess such a cultivation base at such a young age. Duan Lingtian stood on the huge chess piece and rose into the air. He only slowed down when he was at the same level as Xu Jing. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Xu Jing. Xuanai, today, Brother Lingtian will get rid of this trouble for you. From today onward, you'll be able to live a carefree life like before. When Duan Lingtian thought about how worried Han Xuanai was now compared to the mischievous Han Xuanai in the past, he felt his heart ache again. For this reason, no matter what, he had to kill Xu Jing today, even if it was difficult for him to do so now. Also, Jing Shuzi. Even though we don't know each other, since your Yin-Yang Tu Chi sword helped my Sovereign Heart sword achieve a breakthrough, I can say that I owe you a favor. I'll return this favor today. Once Xu Jing dies, you'll be able to rest in peace in the Netherworld. Chapter 1696. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian and Xu Jing stood facing each other. Although there were many people in the nimble chess set, it was extremely quiet at this moment. Everyone was quietly watching Duan Lingtian and Xu Jing without blinking. Although they already knew the outcome of this battle, deep in their hearts, they still hoped that there would be a miracle. However, in the depths of their hearts, they still hoped for a miracle to happen. Although it was almost impossible, as long as one was a normal person, they would yearn for a miracle. Only a miracle could make them excited. If what happened next was what they had expected and Li Feng was killed by Xu Jing, they would not be surprised at all. Sigh. Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang looked at each other and shook their heads in tacit understanding. They were helpless in the face of Li Feng's impulsiveness. However, although they were helpless, they could not intervene because this was Li Feng's own choice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who had changed his name to Li Feng, was staring coldly at Xu Jing. Since Xu Jing had allowed him to make the first move, he naturally would not be courteous. Whoosh! In an instant, the sun true origin in Duan Lingtian's body soared. A golden radiance that was as bright as the sun immediately swept in all directions. Many people could not help but squint their eyes. What kind of true origin is Li Feng's true origin? Why does it feel so exaggerated? That's right. This is my first time seeing such true origin. When Duan Lingtian's true origin appeared on the surface of his body, many people began to discuss among themselves. Soon, under their watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian was completely shrouded in a layer of golden light shield. The golden light shield was like a scorching sun as it continued to expand. In the end, it transformed into a gigantic light ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Duan Lingtian was also completely shrouded in the gigantic light ball. His territory makes it impossible for people to see what's inside. Many people smiled wryly when they saw this. Apart from Xu Jing and the hunchbacked young man next to him, everyone present had seen Duan Lingtian's territory before. Although they were no longer surprised, they were still quite amazed. This was the first time they had seen such a domain. However, we can be sure that Li Feng's domain is related to the sword. Soon, another person spoke. Isn't that obvious? Previously, in the battle between Li Feng and Shu Kan, he used his domain to form a golden sword to kill Shu Kan, someone else said. At the same time, when Xu Jing saw Duan Lingtian's domain hanging there like a blazing sun, he could not help but feel shocked. The scorching sun-like domain in front of him made it impossible for him to see the scene inside. Everything inside was unknown to him. And the unknown was usually the scariest. Due to this reason, although Xu Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, he no longer underestimated Duan Lingtian's territory. His expression was solemn as he faced it seriously. The hunchbacked young man who had followed Duan Lingtian here was also shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian's domain. This was his first time seeing such a strange territory. However, when he thought about his young mansion master's current strength, he felt relieved. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "It doesn't matter how strange your territory is. You're destined to die in front of young mansion master." Boom, 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 boom. As a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was holding up his golden light shield, made his move. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the 10,000 swords territory moved as well. When the entire territory moved, it was, naturally, met with great resistance. Due to the friction between the resistance and the friction, it set off a series of loud explosions. All of a sudden, just as Xu Jing's true origin and devil chi surged out of his body, the huge golden light shield that enveloped Duan Lingtian, the 10,000 swords territory that was consolidated by the sun true origin, shrunk rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes again. Apart from Ren Zhong, Liu Hongguang, and Shu Center, nobody else present on the scene saw this process. Ren Zhong and the other two could see that when Duan Lingtian's territory shrunk rapidly, the 10,000 sword rays that were whistling in the air gradually merged into one. In the end, it appeared in his hand and transformed into a 3-foot-long blade that shone with a dazzling golden light. Although the 3-foot-long blade was not a real sword, it emitted waves of oppressive sword chi. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian held the 3-foot-long blade in his hand as he stood there, emitting waves of sword chi that shot up to the sky. A sword cultivator. At this moment, the hearts of everyone present on the scene jolted as this thought appeared in their minds. At this moment, almost everyone was certain that Duan Lingtian was a sword cultivator. The sword in his hand seems to be consolidated by his territory. The oppressive sword chi that surges out of it seems to be even more powerful than the yin-yang two-form sword that Jing Shuzi transformed from his territory. Soon after, many people with discerning eyes exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Jing Shuzi's yin-yang two-form sword is indeed a far cry from the sword in his hand. Many people chimed in. The reason they had such a feeling was because the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. If one took a closer look, one could vaguely see strands of translucent sword shadows surrounding the golden sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. These sword shadows only appeared after Duan Lingtian performed the second stage of the sovereign heart sword. Sword shadow follows the heart. Humph. So what if you're a sword cultivator? In the face of an absolute difference in strength, you're still nothing. At this moment, Xu Jing, who had also consolidated his territory, snorted coldly as he mocked Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to him. To be more precise, he did not respond to him verbally. The only thing that responded to him was the sword in his hand. It was a sword that shone with a dazzling radiance like the scorching sun. Whoosh! The sword tore through the air and charged toward Duan Lingtian. It gave off a strange feeling as though Duan Lingtian and his sword had transformed into a gigantic sword that charged toward Xu Jing. Whoosh! 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 Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was charging at him menacingly, Xu Jing did not dare to be careless. His hands shook, and in an instant, his hurricane territory began to tremble. Soon after, a vast tornado was formed. Devil Chi soared into the sky from the tornado. Although it was not as powerful as Xu Jing's full force attack when he killed the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi, It was not too far off. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian charged into the tornado with his sword. Gasp! 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 Immediately, the sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. The people present all looked at the figure who had entered the tornado with pity. However, they were soon stunned. This was because they did not see the bloody mist that they had expected. This Li Feng actually managed to survive after charging into the tornado formed by Xu Jing's territory. As expected, his not simple. This Li Feng must be one of the best among mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivators. That's right. However, accepting Xu Jing's challenge is destined to be his biggest mistake. This mistake will cost him his life. He's too rash. Otherwise, with his talent, not to mention a fourth-rate force, even a quasi-third-rate force would fight to the death to take him in. Chapter 1697. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had charged into the tornado, did not die. Unknowingly, a layer of translucent sword qi had appeared on the surface of his body, protecting him within it. It was airtight. Even when the vast energy in the tornado wreaked havoc, it could only cause the sword energy to tremble. It could not break the sword energy at all. This sword energy was, naturally, the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword shadow following the heart. Although it was fused with the Sun True Origin, it completely enveloped the Sun True Origin and did not reveal itself at all. Under normal circumstances, only a higher level of energy would be able to completely contain other energy. Based on this, one could see how extraordinary the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword was. This was where Duan Lingtian's confidence came from. The confidence he had was, naturally, the confidence he had in killing Xu Jing. If the Sovereign Heart Sword had not entered the second stage, Duan Lingtian would not have any confidence he could defeat Xu Jing. After all, Xu Jing was a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. If he had not made a breakthrough in the Sovereign Heart Sword, let alone a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, Duan Lingtian would not even be confident he could defeat a mastery-refined saint stage martial, Dao, or devil cultivator. At most, they would be evenly matched. For this reason, to Duan Lingtian, the breakthrough in the Sovereign Heart Sword was like a timely rain. With the 3-foot-long blade transformed from the 10,000 swords territory in his hand and the sword shadow following the heart sword's second stage, the sword shadow following the heart, Duan Lingtian felt as though the 3-foot-long blade in his hand had become a part of his body. The sword moved according to his heart without any hesitation at all. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, who had charged into the tornado and was not affected by it, immediately threw the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. At once, a dazzling golden light shot out from his hand. At the same time, the 3-foot-long blade brought Duan Lingtian through Xu Jing's territory and headed straight for him. To be more precise, it was heading straight for the spot between Xu Jing's brows. What a fast speed! At the same time, whether it was Ren Zhong, Liu Hongguang, or Xu Center, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. They discovered something shocking. Duan Lingtian's current speed was not something a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator could possess. He is also at the peak of the refined saint stage? After this thought appeared in the hearts of the three, their hearts couldn't help but beat faster, as if their hearts would jump out at any moment. Another powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. After discovering this fact, how could they not be shocked? This was especially true for Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang. Their eyes shone brightly as they looked at each other. They could see the intense hostility in each other's eyes. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they hoped to recruit Duan Lingtian into their respective factions. Even in a quasi-third-rate force, there might not be such an outstanding martial cultivator. They had never heard of such a person who was at the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40 in the Dobasay subterranean. At this moment, they finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so confident. He even rejected their good intentions and insisted on accepting Xu Jing's challenge. As it turned out, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, so he was not afraid of Xu Jing at all. Young mansion master, be careful. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. At the same time, Xu Center also hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Xu Jing. Although he did not really like Xu Jing, this battle was related to Xu Jing's safety, so he had to be careful. He could imagine if Xu Jing died here, he would be severely punished when he returned to the Rising Sky Mansion. He might even be punished to meditate for 100 years. After all, he was the leader of the Rising Sky Mansion. He was obligated to protect Xu Jing's safety. Currently, Xu Jing was no longer the good-for-nothing rich kid. Currently, Xu Jing's cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. He was the hope of the Rising Sky Mansion. Now that Xu Jing had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to a higher level and become a quasi-third-rate force in the Dobasay Subterranea. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, quasi-third-rate forces were absolutely supreme forces. Not only did they occupy the best Saint Stone reserves, but they even occupied the Saint Martial Secret Zone in the Dobasay Subterranean that could be counted with one's fingers. The Saint Martial Secret Zone was a secret zone that could allow many genius martial cultivators to soar. There were all kinds of cultivation resources and rare treasures inside. Becoming a quasi-third-rate force was every fourth-rate force's dream. Naturally, it was difficult to realize this dream. However, it did not affect fourth-rate forces from pursuing it. Putting aside the Saint Stone reserves, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was the foundation of a quasi-third-rate force. It was something fourth-rate forces would fight over. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Saint Martial Secret Zone was also known as the Cradle of Geniuses. The peak of the refined saint stage. In fact, even without Xu Center's reminder, Xu Jing had already seen through it. Li Feng, who was charging at him with his sword and ignored his tornado, was a powerful opponent. He was definitely not someone a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator could compare to. Even if the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi were to join forces, they would not be able to compare to Li Feng. Humph. Suddenly, Xu Jing coldly snorted. A moment later, the hurricane domain rapidly shrank and finally turned into a small tornado in front of him. The reason why it was called a small tornado was because it was only twice as tall as Xu Jing. Although it was small, the energy it contained was not simple at all. When Duan Lingtian's 3-foot-long green sword entered, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel how terrifying this mini tornado that was filled with monstrous devil chi was. This was because the mini tornado was rapidly depleting his Sun True origin. Moreover, to a certain extent, this mini tornado had already threatened the protective sword energy on the surface of his body. Descent of the Wind Dragon. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock over Xu Jing's technique, Xu Jing's shout resonated in the air. Following that, the mini tornado suddenly trembled before it transformed into a divine dragon that was completely formed by wind. Naturally, the wind that had transformed into a divine dragon was extremely sharp and terrifying. As it roared, it seemed as though the void was vibrating. When the tornado transformed, Duan Lingtian also noticed that the 3-foot-long green sword in his hand had lost its restraints. However, although the sword was no longer restrained, Duan Lingtian did not intend to continue attacking Xu Jing. At the first moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and his figure quickly swept back. At the same time, the divine dragon that had transformed into a mini tornado suddenly turned its head and smashed onto the spot where Duan Lingtian was standing earlier. The void instantly shook. Boom! Along with a loud bang, ripples appeared in the void and spread out like ripples. A terrifying airwave exploded in the void, setting off gusts of violent wind. This was enough to show how terrifying the attack was. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had dodged the attack first, could not help but feel a lingering fear. I really didn't expect Xu Jing to have such a terrifying martial tactic. The power of this martial tactic must be an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. Moreover, it must have been cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage. This was Duan Lingtian's guess. Duan Lingtian had indeed guessed correctly. The martial tactic that Xu Jing had used was called the Descent of the Wind Dragon. It was an offensive technique in the Earth-rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic. It was also one of the few most powerful offensive techniques in the Rising Sky Mansion. It was on par with the space-shattering origin explosion that Xu Center had mastered. Humph! You're really quick to dodge. Xu Jing snorted coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian had dodged his attack first. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was completely different. If it was said that his gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian earlier was filled with contempt, there was no longer any contempt in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian now. Instead of contempt, it was solemn. At this moment, he had no choice but to be solemn. Previously, he did not know Li Feng's true strength. However, based on what he saw earlier, it seemed like Li Feng's strength was not inferior to his at all. He was also at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, he could see that although Li Feng was also at the peak of the refined saint stage, he must have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage like him. Due to this reason, although his gaze and expression were solemn, he did not have any intention of retreating at all. Their strength was on par with each other. Instead, it aroused his desire to win. At the same time, the onlookers finally regained their senses. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. This Li Feng is actually so strong. Based on the strength he displayed earlier and the technique he used to dodge Xu Jing's attack, his strength is most likely at the peak of the refined saint stage as well. Heavens! He's not even 40 years old yet. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who's not even 40 years old. In our Dobasay subterranean, even those quasi-third-rate forces might not have someone like that, right? No wonder he was so confident when he accepted Xu Jing's challenge. Originally, I thought he was being impulsive. However, it seems like he's really confident. Although he's also at the peak of the refined saint stage, based on the earlier exchange of blows, his strength seems to be slightly inferior to Xu Jing's. I've also noticed that his strength is indeed slightly inferior. The onlookers discussed animatedly among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian's alias, Li Feng. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also become the center of attention. Little brother Li Feng, if you think you're no match for Xu Jing, just admit defeat. As long as you admit defeat, I'll be able to save you. At this moment, a voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell this was the voice of Ren Zhong, the vice mansion master of Sky Hurdle Mansion. As soon as Ren Zhong's voice transmission left his mouth, Liu Hongguang's voice transmission arrived as well. As for the content of the voice transmissions, they were similar. Although Duan Lingtian knew both of them were so kind because they wanted him to live so he could join their respective forces, he still thanked them politely. If an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. However, could an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage compare to Duan Lingtian's strength? To be more precise, could an ordinary martial cultivator who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage compare to Duan Lingtian's defense? In fact, Duan Lingtian's body was even more powerful than a six-clawed divine dragon at the same level. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the intermediate pristine saint stage, although his body was powerful, when faced with Xu Jing's attack, he was still heavily injured even with the protection of the sword energy formed by the Sun True Origin from the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword shadow following the heart. When Duan Lingtian was injured and Xu Jing had a smug expression on his face, whoosh! A short-lived sword cry suddenly resonated in the air. It was like a ghost's cry and wolf's howl that tore through the silence of the night. In the eyes of Ren Zhong, Liu Hongguang, and Xu Center, a swift golden sword ray shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. Its speed was so fast that it was much faster than Duan Lingtian's previous attack. Not only that, but the speed of this sword ray was even faster than Xu Jing's wind dragon. At this moment, if they still did not know Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength, they would have lived their lives in vain. Young mansion master. Horror dawned on Xu Center's face. He immediately shouted, trying to warn Xu Jing. However, currently, Xu Jing was still immersed in the joy of Duan Lingtian being struck. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a move at all. For this reason, when he finally regained his senses, the swift golden sword ray was only a foot away from him. At this moment, the feeling the golden sword ray gave him was not a sword ray at all. It was more like a dazzling sun. The sun came crashing down on his face. Spurt. Blood splattered everywhere as a bloody hole appeared at the center of Xu Jing's brows. However, a smug smile remained on his face. This smile would be the last smile in his life. Barf. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was severely injured, could no longer hold it in. He opened his mouth and threw up a mouthful of blood. The extravasated blood fell into the air like stars in the sky, like dazzling red roses. Although Duan Lingtian was severely injured, he did not forget to take Xu Jing's spatial ring. After all, it was his spoils of war. It was only when Duan Lingtian snatched Xu Jing's spatial ring and allowed Xu Jing's body to fall on the huge chess piece and smash into a pulp that the people present on the scene finally regained their senses. When they finally regained their senses, the scene was dead silent again. Young Mansion Master. In the end, it was Xu Center who snapped everyone back to their senses. However, as soon as Xu Center shouted, two figures appeared next to Duan Lingtian and shielded him. They stared at Xu Center as though they were afraid Xu Center would attack Duan Lingtian in a fit of rage. They did not dare to let their guard down when faced with Xu Center, who had a criminal record. Naturally, these two people were none other than Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Liu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. They were also shocked by how Duan Lingtian managed to kill Xu Jing at the critical moment. From the beginning until the end, they had witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Xu Jing. At the moment Xu Jing was killed, they finally realized that Duan Lingtian's act of showing weakness was merely a smokescreen to deceive Xu Jing. It was precisely because of this smokescreen that Xu Jing had let his guard down and was killed at the critical moment. It seems like Duan Lingtian has the intention of killing Xu Jing since the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so careful and calculated. Ren Zhong thought to himself. Liu Hongguang's thoughts were similar as well. They could see that although Duan Lingtian was stronger than Xu Jing, it was not impossible for him to kill Xu Jing in a head-on battle. However, if it was a head-on battle, Xu Jing would have a chance to admit defeat. He might not be able to kill Xu Jing. Due to Duan Lingtian's scheme, Xu Jing had fallen into his trap and was led by the nose. In the end, he could not escape death. At this moment, Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang's thoughts were extremely active. Let alone in the Dobasay subterranean, even in the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saintland, there were not many genius martial cultivators who possessed such intelligence. If such a person joined their forces, it would only be a matter of time before their forces became a quasi-third-rate force. It was precisely because of this that they were so eager to appear next to Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian. Li Feng, how dare you kill the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? How dare you? When Xu Center saw Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang standing next to Duan Lingtian, he knew he could not make a move. However, he could not just let this go. The Rising Sky Mansion's hope was destroyed by Li Feng. He did not doubt that once this news spread to the Rising Sky Mansion, Li Feng would definitely become the Rising Sky Mansion's #1 enemy. He wants to kill me, so why can't I kill him? What a joke. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, Duan Lingtian had slightly recovered from his injuries. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said mockingly, "Don't tell me all of you from the Rising Sky Mansion are so overbearing." If it was an ordinary person, perhaps they would be afraid of Xu Center's threat. However, Duan Lingtian had come this time to kill Xu Jing. How could he be afraid of Xu Center's threat? Xuanai, Brother Lingtian has killed Xu Jing for you. From now on, you'll be able to live the life you want happily again. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The mocking smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a gentle smile. Naturally, in the eyes of others, it looked more like a silly smile. He killed Xu Jing? At the same time, the onlookers regained their senses one after another. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was smiling foolishly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had a silly smile on his cold face. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. However, not many people paid attention to this. Everyone's attention was focused on the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed Xu Jing. When the people from the Brahma Temple and Pure Yang Shrine saw Xu Jing was killed, all of them smiled. Their gazes when they looked at Duan Lingtian turned much gentler. "Thank you, Benefactor Li Feng. Thank you, fellow Daoist Li Feng. Two voice transmissions entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner, waking him up from his daze. When Duan Lingtian raised his head, he discovered the voice transmissions were from none other than the abbot of Brahma Temple and the shrine master of Puryang Shrine. By killing Xu Jing, he had indirectly avenged the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi. Li Feng. Li Feng. At the same time, the sectless cultivators present on the scene were in an uproar. All of them called out Duan Lingtian's alias excitedly. Chapter 1699. The sectless cultivators present on the scene felt proud after Duan Lingtian killed Xu Jing. In fact, let alone the Rising Sky Mansions district, even in the entire Dobasay subterranean and the Dao Marshal Saintland, sectless cultivators were usually suppressed by those who had a force backing them up. After all, those who had a force backing them up would usually have a better cultivation environment and resources. As for sectless cultivators, they were born and nurtured by heaven and earth. However, today, Duan Lingtian had killed Xu Jing as a sectless cultivator. Who was Xu Jing? The young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. If it was before today, although many people would be surprised when Duan Lingtian killed Xu Jing, it would not be as exaggerated as it was now. Today, Xu Jing's performance was completely different from before. Not only did he kill the best among the sectless cultivators, but he even managed to kill his old rival, Zhong Jiyu, even when the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi had joined forces. In fact, in the past, the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi had the strength to easily crush him. However, it only took him a year to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage, giving him the strength to become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district. Naturally, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, Xu Jing would have become the strongest person among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansions district after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's appearance, or to be more precise, the appearance of Duan Lingtian, Li Feng, had not only pulled him down from the clouds, but it had also caused him to fall into hell, never to be able to rise again. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian's killing of Xu Jing shocked everyone present on the scene. More importantly, Duan Lingtian was not more than 40 years old. He's not more than 40 years old, but his cultivation base is already at the peak of the refined saint stage. This Li Feng is really monstrous. Previously, he seemed to have the intention of joining either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion. No matter if it's the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, once he joins us, it won't be impossible for us to become a quasi-third-rate force in a few decades. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang. The two of them were the representatives of the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion respectively. Duan Lingtian had also expressed his intention to join the forces behind them. Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang looked at each other and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. After all, there was only one Li Feng, and they couldn't split it in half. Li Feng, as the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you join the Rising Sky Mansion and swear on the lightning penalty oath that you'll serve the Rising Sky Mansion wholeheartedly, I'll spare your life on behalf of the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only that, but the Rising Sky Mansion will also nurture you without any reservation. It's not impossible for you to become the next mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion in the future. At this moment, a voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. It was none other than the voice transmission from Shu Center, the Grand Elder of the Rising Sky Mansion. Based on Shu Center's words, it was obvious the Rising Sky Mansion would not look for trouble with Duan Lingtian as long as he was willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although Shu Center wished for nothing more than to get rid of the murderer of his grandson, after witnessing the monstrous innate talent of the other party, even he could not help but cherish the other party's talent. If he could bring such a genius back, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that time, nobody would blame him for Xu Jing's death. As for the mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, although he loved his son very much, in Shu Center's opinion, as long as he was not out of his mind, he would definitely realize how important Li Feng was to the Rising Sky Mansion. The Rising Sky Mansion used to be a quasi-third-rate force before it was reduced to a fourth-rate force. Due to this reason, the Rising Sky Mansion was more eager than any other fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force again. In the face of the clan's interest, personal enmity could be put aside. Elder Shu, did I hear wrongly? Upon hearing Shu Center's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian looked at him casually and said, "You're asking me to join the Rising Sky Mansion? Even if you can put aside your grandson's enmity, don't tell me the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion can also put aside his son's enmity and not make things difficult for me." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place burst into an uproar. No one expected that Shu Center, the person who wanted to kill Li Feng the most, would open his mouth to recruit Li Feng. Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang, on the other hand, could understand Shu Center. After all, Li Feng's innate talent was just too monstrous. As long as he was around and did not die prematurely, it would not be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. For a moment, their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at Shu Center little brother Li Feng. Don't believe him. He's most likely trying to trick you into leaving with him and killing you halfway. Ren Zhong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Shu Center. He did not wish for Duan Lingtian to join the Rising Sky Mansion even though he could understand why Shu Center would make such a decision. Liu Hongguang sent a voice transmission as well. The meaning of his words was similar to Ren Zhong's voice transmission. He was also trying to sow discord between Duan Lingtian and Shu Center naturally. Duan Lingtian could guess their thoughts. He could not help but laugh inwardly. However, he still replied to reassure them that he would definitely not join the Rising Sky Mansion. Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang were very satisfied with Duan Lingtian's reply since it meant they would have one less competitor. The Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion actually wants Li Feng to join the Rising Sky Mansion? At the same time, many people regained their senses and found it hard to believe. Don't tell me he's forgotten that his grandson was killed by Li Feng? Did he forget that the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion was also killed by Li Feng? Someone asked curiously. You don't understand, right? With Li Feng's innate talent, let alone killing the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, even if he killed the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, as long as he's willing to join the Rising Sky Mansion, the people in the Rising Sky Mansion will still welcome him. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage below the age of 40 is not a joke. That's right. If such a genius martial cultivator is given enough time to grow, it won't be difficult for him to lead a fourth-rate force to become a quasi-third-rate force in the future. In front of the future of the force behind him, personal enmity seems insignificant. The crowd discussed among themselves. Gradually, they felt that Shu Center, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, was right for him to make such a decision. When the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were furious. They felt the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Shu Center, was embarrassing the Rising Sky Mansion. However, now that they had calmed down, they felt Shu Center was not wrong. Don't worry. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve the Rising Sky Mansion for life, I can guarantee that not only me, but even Lord Mansion Master won't make things difficult for you. Shu Center was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he promised bluntly. Looks like your Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion is as cold-blooded as you. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in joining such a cold-blooded force. Duan Lingtian rejected him directly. Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang smiled when they saw Duan Lingtian had rejected Shu Center. However, Shu Center's expression was extremely grave. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang and transmitted his voice to them. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Liu, I'm afraid none of the people from Rising Sky Mansion will be able to enter the Rising Sky ranking. I'm worried that Shu Center will lie in ambush and wait for an opportunity to attack me after he leaves with his men. For this reason, I'd like to leave first and wait for all of you at the Hengduan mountain range 100 miles to the west. Is that okay? When Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang heard this, they looked at each other and nodded. Indeed. If Shu Center left first with his men and did not really leave, he would lie in ambush outside the Nimble Valley and launch a sneak attack. Even they would not be able to guard against it. Moreover, although the strongest person in the group of people from Rising Sky Mansion was Shu Center, there was another Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion in a city near the Nimble Valley. If Shu Center went to greet him, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian with a sneak attack. Due to this reason, they agreed to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Sure. You can wait for us at the Hengduan mountain range 100 miles to the west. We know where that place is. In any case, up until now, although the Rising Sky ranking battle has yet to begin, I'm sure no one will object to it since you're ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. After all, your strength speaks for itself. You deserve to be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang told Duan Lingtian. In that case, thank you, Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Liu. After Duan Lingtian expressed his gratitude, he flew away under the watchful eyes of the others and left. When Shu Center saw Duan Lingtian had actually left the nimble chess game, his eyes flashed coldly. He instantly wanted to chase after him. Unfortunately, as long as Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang were there, he would not be able to do anything. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Liu, what's the meaning of this? Shu Center's expression was grave. Now that my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples no longer have any hope of being ranked in the Rising Sky ranking, don't tell me I can't even bring my people away? Elder Shu, you can leave if you want, but you'll have to wait for 15 minutes. The same goes for the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, Ren Zhong said indifferently. Liu Hongguang did not say anything. When he saw the people from the Raging Wave Mansion flying out and blocking the people from the Rising Sky Mansion with a wave of his hand, one could see his decision. At this moment, no matter how stupid Shu Center was, he knew Ren Zhong, Liu Hongguang, and Li Feng had come to an agreement. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. When Duan Lingtian left the Nimble chess game and the Nimble Valley, Ren Zhong looked at the surroundings and said loudly, "Everyone, the Rising Sky ranking battle this time can be considered as the most exciting one in the past several hundreds of years." Chapter 1700. It did not cross anyone's mind that as soon as Li Feng left, Ren Zhong would announce that he was ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking. However, everyone present on the scene agreed with Ren Zhong's words. Put aside the fact that Li Feng had killed Xu Jing, who was at the peak of the Refined Saint stage, just based on Li Feng's cultivation base at the peak of the Refined Saint stage, it was enough for him to be proud of himself. None of the participants of the Rising Sky ranking battle had any intention of fighting Li Feng at all. Due to this reason, even if Li Feng did not leave, the other ring masters would only go through the motions when they fought with Li Feng, since they would admit defeat immediately. They would not dare to make a move in front of Li Feng. Up until now, everyone who fought with Li Feng had been killed. 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples had died in Li Feng's hands one after another. Although they did not know if Li Feng would only kill the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and not the others, they did not dare to take the risk. If they made the wrong bet, they would die. Everyone only had one life. Once they died, they would have nothing left. Vice Mansion Master Ren, isn't this against the rules? Due to Duan Lingtian's departure and Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang's obstruction, Shu Center could not catch up to Duan Lingtian and kill him. When he heard Ren Zhong's words, he immediately mocked him. Although he felt that even if Li Feng did not leave, he would still be ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking in the end. However, when he thought about how Li Feng had left so calmly and even obtained the honor of being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking, he was filled with resentment. Against the rules? Before Ren Zhong could speak, Liu Hongguang smirked coldly. Elder Shu, it's not up to you to decide if it's against the rules or not, right? When Shu Center's expression turned grave, someone immediately took the place of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciple who had become the ring master after Xu Jing had admitted defeat. Now, among the 9 ring masters present, is there anyone who disagrees with Li Feng being ranked first in the Rising Sky ranking? If you don't agree, you can come to our Sky Hurdle Mansion and fight with Li Feng. Ren Zhong looked at the 9 champions in the ring and said with certainty. Hearing Ren Zhong's words, Liu Hongguang frowned, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. What did he mean by going to the Sky Hurdle Prefecture to fight with Li Feng? Could it be that Ren Zhong thought that Li Feng had already set his mind on the Sky Hurdle Mansion? Liu Hongguang immediately chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. That's right. If any of the 9 of you are unconvinced, you can come to the Raging Wave Mansion to challenge Li Feng in the future. If you win, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking will be yours. Hearing Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang's words, the 9 arena champions looked at each other, but no one said anything for a long time. What a joke! Li Feng's strength was obvious to all. Fighting with Li Feng was absolutely courting death. I have no objections. Monk Ju Ru was the first to express his opinion. Because of Flowery Monk's death, Monk Ju Ru's expression didn't look good. That was his junior brother. He did not have any biological brothers and had long regarded Flowery Monk as his biological younger brother. Naturally, he was furious that his biological younger brother was killed. Now that Li Feng had killed Xu Jing and indirectly avenged the Flowery Monk, he was very grateful to Li Feng. Naturally, he would not cause trouble for Li Feng at this moment. With Monk Ju Ru taking the lead to express his opinion, Jing Shuzi and Yin Shuzi from the Puryang Shrine followed suit. Subsequently, a few sectless cultivators also expressed their opinions. Seeing the trend, the remaining few arena champions also expressed their opinions one by one, agreeing that Li Feng would be the first place of the Rising Sky ranking this time. In that case, the first place of the Rising Sky ranking has been decided. It's Li Feng. As for the second place to the 10th place, we'll begin tomorrow. Now, let's disperse. The moment Ren Zhong's words left his mouth, he joined forces with Liu Hongguang to remove the Nimble chess set. Everyone instantly appeared in the Nimble Valley. After 15 minutes, Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang no longer stopped Shu Center and the others from the Rising Sky Mansion. However, before Shu Center left, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang respectively. What he meant was that only one of them could obtain Duan Lingtian, and he was willing to offer some benefits in exchange for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. As long as one of them told him Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, he would immediately offer the benefits he promised. Unfortunately, Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang did not bother with him at all. Benefits? Would they lack anything that Shu Center could offer? Moreover, what could be compared to a peerless genius like Li Feng? When Shu Center saw that Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang were ignoring him, his face turned pale. In the end, he gritted his teeth and left with the people from the Rising Sky Mansion furiously. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the Hengduan mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley. Have you heard? The Mystical Sky Mansion will be recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Dao Martial Saint Land in a year's time. It's said that the Mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial Secret Zone will open in a year's time as well. In the dead of night, Duan Lingtian, who was resting on an ancient pine tree in the Hengduan mountain range, heard a voice that was getting closer and closer. He squinted his eyes and looked through the night, only to discover 2 people walking in the air side by side. Yes, I heard about it today as well. That's the Saint Martial Secret Zone that only quasi-third-rate forces have. Only Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 are allowed to enter. Once they enter, even those with little fortuitous encounters will be greatly improved, let alone those with great fortuitous encounters. The other person's voice resonated in the air and gradually faded away. A short while later, the voices of the 2 disappeared, because they had gradually gone far away. A quasi-third-rate force, Mystical Sky Mansion, recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. Saint Martial Secret Zone. In the night sky, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up like 2 stars in the night sky. Originally, he had planned to join either the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion according to the conditions set by Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang after the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow. His goal was to use a 4th-rate force as a springboard to rise up. After he had broken through to the eminent Saint Stage, he would head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to look for his fiancée, Kerr. Moreover, he would use a 4th-rate force to inquire about his father's whereabouts. Now that he heard the quasi-third-rate force, the Mystical Sky Mansion, was recruiting disciples and had set a rule that only saint-stage geniuses below the age of 40, he had another idea. Compared to a fourth-rate force, a quasi-third-rate force was undoubtedly a better springboard. Moreover, he was also curious about the Saint Martial secret zone that only quasi-third-rate forces had. This was because this was his first time hearing about the Saint Martial secret zone. If that's the case, I can only stand Vice Mansion Master Ren and Elder Liu up. Fortunately, I'm not using my true identity now. Li Feng is only an alias, so I don't have to worry about them hunting me down. With this thought in mind, Du and Lingtian left the Hengduan mountain range under the cover of the night. At this moment, whether it was Ren Zhong or Liu Hongguang, none of them knew Li Feng had already stood them up and left in advance. They were still waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. After the Rising Sky ranking battle ended tomorrow, it was very likely that Li Feng would join the force behind them. Just the thought of it made them feel excited. Naturally, Du and Lingtian was unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he would still leave. Whether it was Ren Zhong or Liu Hongguang, he knew very well the reason why they valued him. It was none other than his innate talent. Otherwise, the two of them would not have bothered about him at all. Now that he had a better choice, there was no need for him to focus on the Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Raging Wave Mansion. Although he knew it was Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang's duty to protect him during the Rising Sky ranking battle, he still owed them a favor. Vice Mansion Master Ren, Elder Liu, if I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely return the favor. Du and Lingtian had never liked owing people favors. After leaving the Hengduan mountain range, Du and Lingtian returned to the Green Wave Han Mansion district and the Green Wave Han Mansion. With his current strength, unless it was a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage or above in the Green Wave Han Mansion, nobody would be able to find him if he wanted to hide. Although he was only an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator, his strength was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Naturally, it would not matter even if he did not hide. After all, not only did he know the Green Wave Han Mansion's eldest miss, Han Xuanai, but he also knew the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian. Originally, he wanted to look for Han Xuanai first to give her a surprise. However, after giving it some thought, Du and Lingtian decided to look for Han Zhengtian first. His uncle Han must be very anxious about this matter as well. For this reason, Du and Lingtian decided to reveal himself. The moment he revealed himself, he was, naturally, discovered by others. Due to the reason he had changed back to the cold face he had when he changed his name to Lingtian, some of the Green Wave Han Mansion's disciples who were in charge of patrolling recognized him. For this reason, they did not make things difficult for him. Du and Lingtian successfully met Han Zhengtian, the mansion master of Green Wave Han Mansion. "Little Tian, you're back? How was it?" Han Zhengtian asked impatiently when he saw Du and Lingtian had returned. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle should have ended by now. Since Du and Lingtian had returned, it was obvious he had only returned after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. If it was Han Xuanai, Du and Lingtian might tease her. However, it was not appropriate for him to joke around with Han Zhengtian." "That friend of yours really killed Xu Jing?" Han Zhengtian was overjoyed, but he still wanted to confirm it. Previously, when Du and Lingtian left, he had said he would ask a friend who seemed to be from a quasi-third-rate force to kill Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, during the Rising Sky ranking battle. For this reason, Han Zhengtian did not know Du and Lingtian had personally killed Xu Jing. Yes. Du and Lingtian nodded. Although he had succeeded, he did not explain much since he felt there was no need for him to do so. "Little Tian, thank you." Naturally, Han Zhengtian did not doubt Du and Lingtian's words. After taking a deep breath, he bowed at Du and Lingtian to express his gratitude, scaring Du and Lingtian so much that he quickly moved away. "Uncle Han, you can't do this. You can't do this. I treat Xuanai as my biological sister. Her matter is my matter. You're her father, and you're my senior as well. There's no need for you to be so polite." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Han Zhengtian's face. At the same time, he sighed in relief as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. When Du and Lingtian saw this, He bade farewell and left to look for Han Xuanai. Since he was bored along the way, Duan Lingtian thought to himself and took out the spatial ring of Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. When he dripped his blood on it in an attempt to claim ownership over it, he discovered it did not work. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. Xu Jing didn't die. Chapter 1701. A spatial ring required a drop of blood to claim ownership over it in order to control the space inside and store items. Usually, once a spatial ring had claimed ownership, unless the owner took the initiative to cancel the claim or the owner died, nobody else would be able to open it. Currently, Duan Lingtian could not open the spatial ring that belonged to Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. For this reason, there was only one possibility. Xu Jing was not dead. Impossible. However, when this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he thought it was impossible. Previously, when he killed Xu Jing, he had used the sword ray consolidated from the 10,000 swords territory and the profundity of the second stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword shadow following the heart, and his powerful physical strength to cast his most powerful sword strike and directly pierced through the space between Xu Jing's brows. The space between the brows and the heart was a human's Achilles heel. The heart controlled the body while the space between the brows controlled the soul. Piercing through the space between the brows was equivalent to destroying the soul. This was also the safest way to kill. If he attacked the heart, there was still a certain risk since some people's hearts were slanted. At that time, if Duan Lingtian could not kill Xu Jing with just one strike, Xu Jing would have admitted defeat the moment he regained his senses. For this reason, he did not attack Xu Jing's heart since he did not dare to take the risk. Due to this reason, he chose the safest way and pierced through the space between Xu Jing's brows with his sword to destroy Xu Jing's soul. At that time, I had extended my divine consciousness to investigate as well. Xu Jing's soul had clearly dissipated as his body fell. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to survive since his soul has already begun to dissipate. However, why can't his spatial ring claim ownership over him? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly grave. Perhaps, there were many good things in Xu Jing's spatial ring, including the flowery monk, Jing Shu Zi, and Zhonggu's spatial rings, but Duan Lingtian was not thinking about taking the things out. Instead, he was thinking about the reason why the spatial ring could not claim ownership over him. After thinking about it for a long time, there was only one possibility. Xu Jing was not dead. Huilao. Duan Lingtian, who was unwilling to believe that Xu Jing was still alive, immediately contacted Huilao, who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, to ask for the reason. When Huilao was at his peak, he was a powerful existence in the Devata realm. Perhaps, he might be able to tell him something useful. After listening to Duan Lingtian's story, Huilao pondered for a moment and asked, "You said he's a demonic cultivator?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to say, "I heard from other people that Xu Jing wasn't a devil cultivator a year ago. Moreover, he was only at the early refined saint stage. When he reappeared a year later, not only had he become a devil cultivator, but his cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the refined saint stage." Truth be told, even Duan Lingtian was shocked by Xu Jing's progress. In fact, even with the help of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, 5 days in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. He was not confident he could cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage in a year outside. Before the Rising Sky ranking battle began, he had stayed in the 3rd level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for almost 4 years. Although he had spent part of his time comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword, most of his time was spent on raising his cultivation base. However, he had only managed to stabilize his early refined saint stage cultivation base and break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Although Duan Lingtian was currently at the intermediate refined saint stage, he was very close to the mastery refined saint stage. Apart from that, his battle strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. This could be seen from the fact that he could kill Xu Jing. He managed to improve so much in such a short time and even became a devil cultivator. I think the Devil Dao cultivation method he cultivated must have recorded the soul congregation technique. Huolaro's voice resonated in the air. Soul congregation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. This was his first time hearing this term. Yes, it's soul congregation. Huolaro replied, some of the brilliant Devil Dao cultivation methods and Daoist celestial methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Soul congregation refers to the ability to reform one's soul after it's destroyed. Naturally, even if it's reformed, it'll take some time for it to fully recover. Then, does this mean he can come back to life? Duan Lingtian gasped. You can say that. Huolaro replied again. Upon hearing Huolaro's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. Then, not only is Xu Jing still alive, but he can even reform his destroyed soul and come back to life with the soul congregation technique? How could this be? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his face began to twitch. The reason he had traveled so far to the Rising Sky Mansions district to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle was to kill Xu Jing and save Xuanai. Initially, he thought he had killed Xu Jing, but he did not expect things to turn out this way. Now, Uncle Han also thinks Xu Jing is dead. If he finds out Xu Jing is still alive, I wonder how disappointed he'll be. As time passed by, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Duan Lingtian, who originally planned to look for Han Xuanai to report the good news, did not look for Han Xuanai when he recalled Xu Jing was still alive. Instead, he left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate alone. He needed to calm down now. Huolaro, you said it'll take some time for his soul to recover even if he uses the soul congregation technique. How long will it take? Duan Lingtian asked Huolaro again. How long will it take depends on the soul congregation technique he has mastered. There are different grades of soul congregation techniques as well. However, even if it's the best soul congregation technique I know, it'll take at least a year and a half to gather the soul of a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage and possess a body for rebirth. Huolaro replied. A year and a half? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Earlier, he was most worried that Xu Jing would be able to recover immediately and the engagement between Xu Jing and Xuanai would still go on. However, it seemed like he would not be able to fulfill this engagement for the time being. Duan Lingtian felt more at ease for the time being. A year and a half. It's the best soul congregation technique Huolaro has ever seen. The technique that Xu Jing has mastered shouldn't be that powerful. It'll take him at least 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt even more at ease. However, his gaze gradually turned sharp. Xu Jing, I can't believe you're still alive. However, since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. In 2 to 3 years' time, it'll be as easy as killing a dog for me to kill you. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence regarding this. After 2 to 3 years' time, even if Xu Jing had completely gathered his soul and possessed a body for rebirth, his cultivation base would at most be at its peak. Currently, Duan Lingtian could kill him. In another 2 to 3 years' time, it would be even easier for Duan Lingtian to kill Xu Jing if his cultivation base remained the same. At that time, I'll use Li Feng's identity as an excuse to make a move on him. I'll just say that I'm unwilling to accept the fact that I didn't manage to kill him in the Rising Sky ranking battle and that a demon has appeared in my martial Dao heart, causing my path to the martial Dao to be blocked. Therefore, I'll use his life to clear all the obstacles in my path. In this way, the Greenwave Han Mansion won't be implicated. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. No matter what, the Rising Sky Mansion would not link Li Feng to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Due to this reason, he was not worried about implicating the Greenwave Han Mansion. In another month's time, the Rising Sky Mansion will come to fetch the bride. However, now that Xu Jing's soul has dissipated and is in a coma, it's impossible for him to marry Xuanai no matter what. Xuanai will be safe for the next 2 to 3 years. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he sighed in relief. It seemed like his trip to the Rising Sky Mansions district was not in vain after all. After thinking it through, Duan Lingtian went to look for Han Xuanai. Brother Lingtian. When Han Xuanai saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of her again, she was, naturally, pleasantly surprised. A smile appeared on her originally gloomy face. However, this smile was bitter no matter how one looked at it. "Brother Ling Tian, where have you been in this 1 year?" Han Xuanai did not wait for Duan Lingtian's reply and continued to ask. "I went to the Rising Sky Mansions district." Duan Lingtian smiled. "You went to the Rising Sky Mansions district?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Han Xuanai's face froze immediately. The 3 words Rising Sky Mansion were no different from a curse to her. In a month's time, she would be marrying that good-for-nothing rich kid in the Rising Sky Mansion. When Duan Lingtian saw Xuanai's expression froze and pain could be seen in her eyes, he immediately dismissed the idea of teasing her. He said bluntly, "Xuanai, don't worry. The Rising Sky Mansion won't be coming to pick you up after a month. Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, has died in the Rising Sky ranking battle." The instant Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Han Xuanai was completely stunned. Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was dead. He died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? This news was no different from a heavy bomb to Han Xuanai. It caused her heart to be in a mess. She, naturally, did not doubt Brother Ling Tian's words. Although she did not know who had killed Xu Jing, this surprise had come too quickly. Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai calmly. From the beginning until the end, he did not miss the changes in Han Xuanai's expression. In the beginning, it was shock. Then, it was disbelief. After that, it was a pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. For the time being, he did not plan to tell Han Xuanai that Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was still alive. After all, the crisis at hand had temporarily been resolved. "Brother Ling Tian, his death has something to do with you, doesn't it?" Although Han Xuanai also felt her thoughts were a little wild, she had a strong feeling that the death of Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, had something to do with her brother Ling Tian. Calculating the time, the Rising Sky ranking battle had just ended a while ago. Yes. Chapter 1702. Although Han Xuanai was already mentally prepared, she was still shocked when she heard this from her big brother Ling Tian. Originally, she thought this matter had something to do with her big brother Ling Tian. It did not cross her mind that her big brother Ling Tian was the one who personally made the move. However, now that she heard her big brother Ling Tian said he was the one who personally made the move, how could she not be shocked by this? "Big brother Ling Tian, your strength." Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian in a daze. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. Other people might not understand Duan Lingtian, but Han Xuanai knew him very well. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not bad, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Xu Jing at all. Xu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was already at the early refined saint stage a year ago. After a year, with the resources from the Rising Sky Mansion, it was not difficult for him to break through to the intermediate refined saint stage. However, her big brother Ling Tian had killed Xu Jing. Did this not mean her big brother Ling Tian's strength was at the intermediate refined saint stage or above? My cultivation base is only at the intermediate refined saint stage. However, due to my unique true origin, I can cross a stage to fight my opponent. Duan Lingtian smiled. Intermediate refined saint stage? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Han Xuanai sighed in relief. Compared to his cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage or above, this cultivation base was still acceptable. However, when she regained her senses and recalled the second half of Duan Lingtian's words, she could not help but exclaim in shock, Cross a stage to fight your opponent." At this moment, Han Xuanai looked at Duan Lingtian as though she had just seen a ghost. Was there such a true origin in this world? Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be a match for Xu Jing. However, Xuanai, I've only told you about this. As for Uncle Han, I told him that I asked a friend from a quasi-third-rate force to help, and that friend of mine is called Li Feng. If father knew that it was you, brother Ling Tian, who did it personally, he would definitely be dumbstruck. After learning that Xu Jing was dead, Han Xuanai's gloominess was swept away. She seemed to have returned to the mischievous Han Shuanai of the past. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was also very happy, because this was the ending he wanted. Of course, it was still too early to talk about the end. It'll take at least 2 to 3 years for Xu Jing to recover. For this reason, it won't affect me from going to the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Previously, he had stood Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang up and returned to the Greenwave Han Mansion first because he had learned that the mystical sky mansion would be recruiting Saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Not only was the mystical sky mansion a good springboard for him, but he was also very curious about the Saint Martial secret zone that would open in a year's time as well. Although Duan Lingtian planned to go to the mystical sky mansion, he was not in a hurry. I'll wait for another month. If nobody from the Rising Sky Mansion comes, I'll return to the Windfall Nation to visit senior brother, Uncle Feng, and the others. I didn't even inform Tian Wu before I left. I wonder if she's unhappy or not. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh, that's right. Brother Lingtian, Sister Tian Wu came to look for you not long after you left. When Duan Lingtian thought about Feng Tianwu and smiled wryly, Han Shuanai seemed to have recalled something and said in a timely manner, Tian Wu. She came to look for me. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he could not help but be taken aback. Yes. Han Shuanai nodded. Originally, I planned to ask Sister Tian Wu to stay and let her wait for you in the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, she didn't wait for long before she left because even I wasn't sure if you would return. When Han Shuanai reached the end of her sentence, she felt a little embarrassed. Tian Wu actually found the Greenwave Han Mansion? Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses for a long time. At the same time, his heart was filled with gratitude. Since Tian Wu left the Drift Blaze sect, her cultivation base must have broken through to the pristine Saint stage. I wonder where she went after leaving the Greenwave Han Mansion. Forget it. When I arrive at the quasi-third-rate force, the mystical sky mansion, I'll just have to announce my name as Ling Tian. Tian Wu will definitely guess it's me. Although the Dao Martial Saint Land was only in the lower province, it was still extremely vast. Due to this reason, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to look for Feng Tianwu without any clues. Doing so would be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, even though Feng Tianwu had left the Windfall Nation in the southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district, Duan Lingtian did not dismiss the thought of returning to the Windfall Nation. There were many people he cared about in that place. Not only were there his elders, but there were also his senior brothers and his friends. Naturally, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not think of bringing Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others to the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, if he did that, it would undoubtedly be announcing to everyone that he, Duan Lingtian, was related to the Greenwave Han Mansion. In fact, at this moment, the name Duan Lingtian had already spread through the entire Dobasay subterranean. In the Dobasay subterranean, apart from some ignorant people, almost everyone knew about Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength did not garner much attention, but the Devil Seal tablet in his hand was something that everyone in the Dobasay subterranean paid attention to. The Devil Seal tablet was one of the 10 famous Super Saint artifacts on the 10 Great Saint Artifact ranking. Even someone from a quasi-third-rate force would covet it. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not want to reveal his true identity before he had a certain level of strength. In the future, he would be known as Ling Tian. This was also his name in his past life. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that many people must have their eyes on the Windfall Nation now. His family and friends would be the first to bear the brunt. If he brought them over now, the Greenwave Han Mansion would definitely be implicated. This was not something he was willing to see. Due to this reason, in his opinion, letting them stay in Windfall Nation was undoubtedly the best choice. After bidding farewell to Han Shuanai and asking her to bid farewell to the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Zhengtian, on his behalf, Duan Lingtian left the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate under Han Shuanai's reluctant gaze. As for Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, they were still in closed-door cultivation, so Duan Lingtian did not meet them. After leaving the Greenwave Han Mansion, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. While Duan Lingtian was returning to Windfall Nation, in the faraway Rising Sky Mansions district, the fourth-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, was also in an uproar. After the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, Shu Center, was not in a hurry to bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion. Instead, he called out to a Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion who happened to be in a nearby city. Both of them led their men to search the Nimble Valley in all directions, searching for the whereabouts of Li Feng whom Duan Lingtian had disguised himself as. Not only that, but the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion who was good at hiding even boldly followed Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang all the way to the transverse mountain range that was 100 miles west of the Nimble Valley after the Rising Sky ranking battle had ended. In the transverse mountain range, he noticed Ren Zhong and Liu Hongguang's expression was extremely grave. At that time, although he was far away, he could still hear the discussion between the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. The content of their discussion was none other than scolding Li Feng, saying that Li Feng had stood them up. When the Vice Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion and Grand Elder Shu Center saw the people from Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion leaving in anger, they once again began to search in all directions. After searching for many days, they still could not find Li Feng's whereabouts at all. At this time, Shu Center could only bring his men back to the Rising Sky Mansion's estate dejectedly. He knew what awaited him would be the wrath of the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials. It was fine that the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, had died. Among the 3 of them, his grandson was the most outstanding. Although his grandson's death was a great blow to the Rising Sky Mansion, not only did the Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials not blame him, but they even comforted him because he was his grandson. However, other than the 3 Rising Sky Mansion's disciples, including his grandson, there was another person who had died. That person meant a lot to the Rising Sky Mansion. Not only was Shu Jing the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, but based on the strength he had displayed in the Rising Sky ranking battle, it was obvious how monstrous his innate talent was. When he grew up in the future, he would definitely become the pillar of the Rising Sky Mansion. It was not impossible for him to lead the Rising Sky Mansion to become a quasi-third-rate force. Now, Lord Mansion Master must have found out about young Mansion Master's death through his shattered soul pearl. The moment Shu Center thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although this matter did not have much to do with him, as the leader this time, he would not be able to escape the blame for failing to protect the juniors. Although he would not be sentenced to death, he would definitely be punished by facing the wall for many years. Due to this reason, Shu Center was extremely anxious when he entered the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. His gaze would occasionally shift to the back. There was a hunchbacked young man carrying a body. That body was none other than Shu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. Huh! All of a sudden, Shu Center came to a halt as though he had sensed something. With just a glance, he saw a group of people led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion was flying toward him in a majestic and menacing manner. This posture caused him to feel a wave of fear in his heart. However, what happened next stunned him. "My condolences, Grand Elder. My condolences, Grand Elder." After the group of high-ranking officials led by the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion appeared in front of Shu Center, they began to console him softly. It was apparent they already knew about the death of his grandson. Shukan's soul pearl was in the Rising Sky Mansion's estate. Due to this reason, when Shukan's soul pearl shattered, everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew he was dead. God is really jealous of geniuses. If nothing happened to Shukan, he would have been able to compete with the young mansion master in the future. It's not impossible for him to become the next mansion master. Many high-ranking officials sighed emotionally. All of you, when Shu Center saw the group of people, including the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, only mentioned the death of his grandson, Shukan, and did not mention the young mansion master, Shu Jing, at all. Shu Center was stunned. At the same time, he felt something was amiss. Chapter 1703. Don't tell me they haven't noticed that the young mansion master's soul pearl has shattered as well. Shu Center thought to himself as the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion comforted him. However, he did not think it was possible. At this moment, this was the only thing he could think of. Otherwise, he would not be able to figure out why these people were only comforting him. It was obvious the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion, including the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, did not know about the death of young Mansion Master Shu Jing. Lord Mansion Master, Shu Kan was not as strong as others. He sacrificed himself for the Rising Sky Mansion. I've already gotten over it. However, the young Mansion Master, Shu Center looked at the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. Initially, when he mentioned his grandson, he suppressed his grief. However, in the end, he could not help but smile wryly as he turned to look behind him. What happened to Jing? Shu Kan's words caused Shu Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, to turn pale immediately. He immediately looked in the direction Shu Center was looking at. With just a glance, he saw the body the hunchbacked young man was carrying. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, the hunchbacked young man took a step back. The body on his shoulder had already fallen into Shu Yicheng's arms. Young Mansion Master. When the high-ranking officials of Rising Sky Mansion who followed Shu Yicheng saw the dried blood on the body with a bloody hole between his brows, horror dawned on them. With such injuries, it was impossible for him to survive. Impossible. At this moment, Shu Yicheng looked at his son in his arms in disbelief. At the same time, he freed his hand and took out a soul pearl. The soul pearl belonged to his son, Shu Jing. The soul pearl was not damaged at all. This meant his son was not dead. When Shu Center, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, saw Shu Yicheng taking out a soul pearl with an expression of disbelief on his face, he could not help but feel chills running down his spine. Lord Mansion Master, the soul pearl in your hand this is Jing Er's soul pearl. He's not dead. Shu Yicheng's tone was firm. A soul pearl would not lie. What? He's not dead. The space between his brows is pierced, and his soul is destroyed. The young Mansion Master is still alive after suffering such heavy injuries. That's impossible. At this moment, Shu Center was not the only one who was stunned. The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials and the group of Rising Sky Mansion's disciples behind Shu Center were stunned as well. This was especially true for the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples who had returned with Shu Center. They had personally witnessed Shu Jing being killed. A sword pierced through the space between his brows, causing his soul to dissipate. Even a great overarching golden celestial would not be able to save him. And now, the Mansion Master was saying that the young Mansion Master was still alive. Could it be that Lord Mansion Master has lost his mind after seeing the Vice Mansion Master dead? Many of the Rising Sky Mansion's disciples thought to themselves. Of course, they only dared to think such words in their hearts and did not dare to say it out loud. Of course, most people's eyes were still on the soul orb in Shu Yicheng's hand. Their hearts were filled with confusion. Is this really the young Mansion Master's soul orb? Vice Mansion Master is clearly dead, so how could his soul orb be intact? Did Lord Mansion Master take the wrong soul orb? At this moment, they only thought that the Mansion Master had mistaken someone else's soul orb for the young Mansion Master's. The Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, Shu Yicheng, was a tall and well-built middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. At this moment, he extended his divine consciousness and entered his son's body. Soon after, he sensed a faint aura in the depths of his son's head. It was the aura of a soul. It was very weak, but it was extremely familiar to him. This was because the aura of this soul was exactly the same as the aura of the soul in the soul orb in his hand. Jing. Although Shu Yicheng did not know why his son was still alive after suffering such a heavy injury, this was not what he was concerned about. He was more concerned about whether his son would be able to recover. Such a weak soul aura, if he was not careful, it was very likely that it would dissipate completely. Father. I need a quiet room. 3 years at most. I'll definitely be able to recover. As Shu Yicheng's consciousness wrapped around that wisp of spiritual aura, a voice was transmitted through his consciousness. After the voice sounded, the soul that was already weak seemed to have weakened even more. Good. When Shu Yicheng heard his son's voice and found out his son was still alive and had a chance to recover, he immediately threw everything else to the back of his mind. He immediately carried Shu Yicheng back to the mansion he usually stayed in and placed him in a quiet room in the basement. Everyone, including Shu Center, was stunned when they saw the mansion master suddenly leaving with the young mansion master's body. However, they soon saw Shu Yicheng had returned. They noticed the Lord Mansion Master's expression was extremely gloomy at this moment. However, they were not surprised by this at all. After all, nobody would be in a good mood when their only son was dead. Grand Elder, what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle? Why is my son injured to such an extent? Moreover, why did your grandson, Shu Kan, and 2 other people die? Shu Yicheng asked in a deep voice as soon as he returned to the mansion. Injured. Upon hearing Shu Yicheng's words, not only Shu Center, but everyone present on the scene was stunned as well. Lord Mansion Master said the young Mansion Master was injured. Was the young Mansion Master not dead? Lord Mansion Master, the young Mansion Master, at this moment, one of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Rising Sky Mansion could no longer hold it in. He looked at Shu Yicheng and asked, "He's only injured?" "He's severely injured. He'll need at least 3 years to fully recover," Shu Yicheng said coldly. Based on his tone, it was obvious he was in a bad mood. It made sense. How could a father be in a good mood when his only son was injured to such an extent? However, Shu Yicheng's gaze did not leave Shu Center from the beginning until the end. He really could not figure out what had happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle that caused 3 of the most outstanding people among the middle-aged generation in the Rising Sky Mansion to die and 1 to be injured. His only injured. Upon hearing Shu Yicheng's words, whether it was Shu Center or the others, they looked as though they had just seen a ghost. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. In fact, they had seen Shu Jing's body before. His head was pierced from the center of his brows. Logically speaking, his soul should have dissipated as well. It was impossible for him to be alive. However, the Lord Mansion Master actually said he was only injured and would recover in 3 years. Lord Mansion Master, why are you retelling the truth? Shu Center asked in disbelief. At the same time, the others also looked at Shu Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion. They were also curious about this since they thought it was impossible. However, since the Lord Mansion Master had said so, there must be a reason. I don't know what happened to Jing-er either. Although he was injured and his soul was severely damaged, his soul didn't disperse or vanish. Not only that, he even used his weak soul to contact me. He said that he would recover in 3 years at most. Due to this reason, I really want to know what happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle and what happened to Jing-er. When Shu Yicheng reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Shu Center again. He's really not dead. However, at this moment, Shu Center and the others were not paying attention to the second half of Shu Yicheng's sentence. This was because they were completely shocked by the first half of Shu Yicheng's sentence. His soul did not dissipate even though he was severely injured. What kind of monster was the young Mansion Master? Could it be that the young Mansion Master knows the soul congregation technique? At this moment, an old Vice Mansion Master said hesitantly, "Soul congregation?" Everyone, including Shu Yicheng, the Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, immediately shifted their attention to the Vice Mansion Master. They knew this Vice Mansion Master very well. Although his strength was not the best in the Rising Sky Mansion, he was extremely knowledgeable. He had read almost all the books that were passed down in the Rising Sky Mansion for generations. In the Rising Sky Mansion, if he claimed to be the second most knowledgeable person, nobody would dare to claim to be the first. Yes, it's the soul congregation technique. The old Vice Mansion Master nodded. Then, he said solemnly, "I've read about it in an ancient book that has been passed down for generations in the Rising Sky Mansion. It said that some of the top devil cultivation methods have records of the soul congregation technique. Even if the soul is temporarily destroyed, it'll be able to reform in a short time. However, the process of reforming one's soul is extremely difficult. Moreover, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for one's soul to completely recover and for one's soul to fuse with one's body again. It might even take longer than that. When he reached this part of the sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing, just like that devil cultivator who caused our rising sky mansion to fall from a quasi-third-rate force to a fourth-rate force. According to the ancient book, the vicious devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, is a top devil Dao cultivation method. It also contains the soul congregation technique. Devil cultivator. The devouring dark devil technique. Upon hearing the Vice Mansion Master's words, the scene fell silent immediately. Almost everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion knew about the past of the Rising Sky Mansion. The devil cultivator who cultivated the vicious devil Dao cultivation method, the devouring dark devil technique, was also someone everyone in the Rising Sky Mansion hated to the core. It was because of that devil cultivator that the Rising Sky Mansion had fallen to such a state. If the young mansion master is a devil cultivator and has cultivated a top devil Dao cultivation method, it's not surprising that he knows the soul congregation technique. However, the problem is, as far as I know, the young mansion master is not a devil cultivator. The old vice mansion master continued to say. The moment the old vice mansion master's words left his mouth, Shu Yicheng and the group of people who did not go to the Rising Sky ranking battle nodded one after another. However, the group of people who had just returned from the Nimble Valley, including Shu Center, looked at each other in confusion. This was because only they knew the young mansion master was a devil cultivator. Nobody noticed. Chapter 1704. As the lackey of Shu Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, he knew about Shu Jing's matter from the beginning until the end. In the entire Rising Sky Mansion, apart from Shu Jing himself, he was the only one who knew about Shu Jing cultivating the devouring dark devil technique. Initially, he thought he would lose his backer since the young mansion master was dead. He did not expect things would take a turn for the better. First, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion confirmed the young mansion master was still alive. Then, the old vice mansion master even mentioned the devouring dark devil technique and the soul congregation technique in the devouring dark devil technique. With this, he knew that his young master's life was saved. This was because his young mansion master cultivated the devouring dark devil technique. Although he knew this, he did not dare to say it out loud even if his young mansion master was still alive. This was because he had sworn on the lightning penalty oath not to reveal the young mansion master's secret. Lord Mansion Master, there's something I must tell you. Shu Center, the Grand Elder of Rising Sky Mansion, looked at Shu Yicheng, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and said solemnly, during the Rising Sky ranking battle, the young mansion master was already a devil cultivator. I think young mansion master must have obtained a top devil Dao cultivation method and fell into the devil Dao to become a devil cultivator. Not only that, but his strength has also increased greatly. When Shu Center recalled the powerful strength Shu Jing had displayed during the Rising Sky ranking battle and the old vice mansion master's words, the doubts in his heart were cleared up. As it turned out, young mansion master Shu Jing's fortuitous encounter was to obtain a top devil Dao cultivation method. When he recalled Shu Jing had only spent a year to cultivate from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage, his heart trembled. The top devil Dao cultivation method he cultivates is too heaven-defying, right? The moment Shu Center's words left his mouth, apart from the group of people who followed him back, everyone, including Shu Yicheng, the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, was stunned. In the end, Shu Yicheng was the first to regain his senses. He looked at Shu Center and said in a deep voice, Grand Elder, tell me everything that happened during the Rising Sky ranking battle, including how your grandson, Shu Kan, and the other two people were killed. Of course, tell me about my son as well. His son had become a devil cultivator, but he didn't know about it. This made Shu Yicheng a little depressed. Yes, Manor Lord. Facing Shu Yicheng's gaze, Shu Center didn't dare dally and slowly explained the sequence of events. When they learned that one of their Rising Sky Mansion's disciples was killed by Zhong Jiyu, a few of the high-ranking officials from the Rising Sky Mansion were enraged. How dare that Zhong Jiyu kill our Rising Sky Mansion's disciple? Lord Mansion Master, our Rising Sky Mansion will definitely not let Zhong Jiyu go. As they finished speaking, they spoke to Shu Yicheng with righteous indignation. There's no need for that. Shu Center shook his head. After that, he faced the gazes of the majority of the people, including Shu Yicheng, and said, Zhong Jiyu was killed by the young mansion master. Upon hearing this, the few Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials' anger dissipated. According to the script, they should be praising Shu Jing, the young mansion master, at this moment. However, when they thought about Shu Jing's current situation, they did not say anything. Go on. Shu Yicheng urged. Then, Shu Center mentioned Li Feng and told them how Li Feng had killed his grandson, Shu Kan, after killing a Rising Sky Mansion's disciple. When Shu Center reached this part of the story, his expression turned grave immediately. No matter what, Shu Kan was his grandson. For a time, the flames of hatred in his heart could not help but rise, and it was difficult to extinguish for a long time. Li Feng, a sectless cultivator. The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Shu Yicheng, frowned when they heard this. I've never heard of such a sectless cultivator in our Rising Sky Mansion's district before this. He's actually able to kill Shu Kan, who's at the intermediate refined saint stage. His strength is definitely not inferior to Zhong Jiyu. Humph. This Li Feng actually dares to kill someone from our Rising Sky Mansion. He must be tired of living. Don't worry. This Li Feng must have been killed by the young mansion master as well. That's right. There's no point in arguing with a dead person. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's people, including Shu Center, heard the words of the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, the corners of their mouths twitched. As the mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, Shu Yicheng's observation skills were, naturally, incomparable to others. Soon after, he noticed the strange expressions on Shu Center and the others' faces. His heart jolted immediately. Don't tell me Jing Er's injury has something to do with Li Feng? Yes. Shu Center nodded with a wry smile on his face. Then, under Shu Yicheng's cold gaze, he continued to recount what happened. He told them about how Shu Jing, the young mansion master, had appeared and killed Zhong Jiyu, the flowery monk, and Jing Shuzi, who had joined forces. What? The young mansion master killed the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi? He even killed them when they joined forces? The group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials broke into an uproar when they heard this. In fact, Shu Center had mentioned earlier that the flowery monk and Jing Shuzi's cultivation base were at the mastery refined saint stage. However, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion actually managed to kill 2 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses when they joined forces. Unbelievable. This was exactly how they felt at this moment. Even Shu Yicheng was shocked. It did not cross his mind that his son would become so strong after a year. The young mansion master is a devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. When Shu Center said this, the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Shu Yicheng, were stunned. After a year, he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage from the early refined saint stage? What kind of terrifying progress was this? Fortunately, Jing Er is still alive. At this moment, Shu Yicheng was not the only one rejoicing. Even the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials, including Shu Center, were rejoicing as well. Shu Center, in particular, felt as though he had regained something he had lost. Moreover, since Shu Jing was still alive, this meant he would not be punished anymore. After Shu Center finished recounting what happened, the entire place fell silent again. The sectless cultivator, Li Feng, whom they had never heard of before, was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not even 40 years old yet. Such innate talent was as rare as a phoenix's feather and Chaline's horn in the Dobasay subterranean. However, he had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. That Li Feng really doesn't know what's good for him. When the group of Rising Sky Mansion's high-ranking officials learned that Li Feng had rejected Shu Center's invitation, they began to curse one after another. However, when they learned that Li Feng did not go to the Sky Hurdle Mansion or the Raging Wave Mansion, they felt slightly better. Since we can't recruit this Li Feng, we can only kill him. Shu Yicheng's eyes flashed coldly as he said in a deep voice, He killed 2 of my Rising Sky Mansion's disciples and injured my son to such an extent. I won't be at ease if this Li Feng doesn't die. Then, Shu Yicheng asked Shu Center to draw a portrait and ordered the Rising Sky Mansion's forces outside to search for Li Feng and kill Li Feng. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Li Feng was actually just an alias. Moreover, the person in the portrait was just a disguise. It was not certain if this face would appear again in the future. Due to this reason, no matter how the people from the Rising Sky Mansion searched, they would not be able to find Li Feng. Suddenly, the old Vice Mansion Master seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Shu Yicheng and asked, "Lord Mansion Master, now that the young Mansion Master is severely injured and will need at least 3 years to recover, how should we arrange the wedding of the eldest miss of the 5th-rate force, the Greenwave Han Mansion, in a month's time? Should we give them a heads up?" The others immediately looked at Shu Yicheng as well. They knew a little about this matter. "Since my son is injured to such an extent, the wedding can only be postponed. There's no need to inform a mere 5th-rate force. Moreover, it won't take long for the news of my son's death to spread to the entire Rising Sky Mansions district and the Greenwave Han Mansion. At that time, they'll naturally know the reason why we didn't go to the wedding," Shu Yicheng said proudly. As the leader of the 4th-rate force, the Rising Sky Mansion, he really did not think much of a 5th-rate force like the Greenwave Han Mansion. That's true. At that time, even those guests who have been invited by the Rising Sky Mansion will be able to guess the wedding has been cancelled when they hear about the young Mansion Master's death. Shu Center nodded. "Everyone present, please swear on the lightning penalty oath that nobody is allowed to spread the news that the young Mansion Master is still alive. Just tell the public that the young Mansion Master is dead." Soon after, Shu Yicheng's eyes turned cold as he looked at the people present on the scene and said in a deep voice. The people present on the scene were not surprised by Shu Yicheng's decision. Currently, the young Mansion Master, Shu Jing's condition was clear. He must have cultivated a top Devil Dao cultivation method that saved his life. If the news of Shu Jing's survival spread out, it was inevitable that someone would link it to the top Devil Dao cultivation method. At that time, Shu Jing would definitely become a target for everyone. Even those quasi-third-rate forces would be interested in a top Devil Dao cultivation method. To the people from the Rising Sky Mansion, this day was undoubtedly an unforgettable day. This was because the entire Rising Sky Mansion's estate was completely shrouded by the sound of thunder. The sound of thunder was so loud that it was deafening. Those who had not entered the Saint stage almost had their eardrums ruptured. Some of them even bled from all 7 orifices and were on the brink of death. After all, so many people had sworn on the lightning penalty oath at the same time. When the 9-9 heavenly tribulation from the oath tribulation overlapped, it was extremely terrifying. As time passed by, the news of the Rising Sky ranking battle had also spread to the Greenwave Han Mansion's district and the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. What? Shu Jing, the young Mansion Master of Rising Sky Mansion, actually died in the Rising Sky ranking battle? When the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xin, heard this news, horror dawned on his face as a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. In this case, that girl Han Xuanai has managed to escape this calamity. No. Chapter 1705. Han Xin, what are you trying to do? When Han Xuanai saw Han Xin had killed Qing Enyu, who was protecting her with just a lift of his hand, horror dawned on her as she asked in a loud voice. "What am I trying to do?" Han Xin smirked. "Han Xuanai, I've always treated you well, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. I only asked you to tell me the origin of the person who killed my grandson, but you kept evading me. Now, I've lost my patience. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the origin of that person. Otherwise, you can go with Qing Enyu." When Han Xin reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Han Xuanai. "Qing Enyu, Qing Enyu." Han Xuanai squatted next to Qing Enyu's body. Her eyes were red as tears streamed down her face. Qing Enyu had been by her side since she was young. In her heart, she had long regarded Qing Enyu as her family. However, Qing Enyu had died in front of her. Moreover, she had died protecting her. Han Xuanai's heart was filled with guilt. When he saw Han Xuanai ignoring him, the sneer on Han Xin's face deepened. Don't think you can stall for time by not replying to me. To tell you the truth, whether it's your father or your Uncle Mu, they're currently discussing with my men about the Rising Sky Mansion's lack of marriage proposal. It's impossible for them to come and save you in such a short time. When Han Xin reached the end of his sentence, his tone became colder and colder. It made one feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. Qing Enyu, Han Xuanai was slightly dazed as she looked at Qing Enyu's body. Unknowingly, the words her mysterious master had once told her began to echo in her ears again. Xuanai, our red dust progeny has to train ourselves in the mundane world. Only by experiencing the warmth and coldness of life and seeing through life and death can we completely comprehend the profundity of the red dust progeny's mental cultivation method. Soon after, the words that her master had said to her before she left also echoed in her ears. If you encounter the dragon tribe, all you need to do is channel your true energy into it. As for what happens next, you don't have to worry. At that time, her master was worried that she would encounter dragons when she went to Cloud Continent, so she gave her a small, exquisite sword. Because she did not encounter any dragons when she returned to Cloud Continent, she did not use the exquisite small sword. As time passed, she had forgotten about it. Even Han Xuanai herself did not know the origin of her master. The only thing she knew was that her master claimed to be the successor of the Red Dust lineage, and her master had passed down the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method to her. In the beginning, her master did not allow her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method, saying that it was not the right time. It was not until her master left that she officially allowed her to cultivate the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method. However, even though the Red Dust lineage's mental cultivation method was profound, she could not see anything special about it because she had only cultivated it for a short time. Unknowingly, a small, exquisite sword appeared in Han Xuanai's hand. Although Han Xuanai's movement was small, it was still noticed by Han Xin. No matter what, Han Xin was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. What? Don't tell me you want to fight me? With this little sword that's the length of a pinky? Han Xin sneered. In the next moment, Han Xuanai circulated the true energy in her body and channeled it into the small, exquisite sword in her hand. At this moment, the small, exquisite sword that had been channeled with true energy instantly shattered into countless pieces with a loud crack. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that at the instant the small, exquisite sword shattered, a silhouette appeared beside Han Xuanai. It was a human-shaped silhouette. Upon closer inspection, one would see that it was a woman. To be more precise, it was a beautiful woman. Xuanai. As soon as the beautiful woman appeared, she looked at Han Xuanai with a faint smile. Then, she saw Qing Enyu's corpse on the ground and could not help but frown slightly. It was obvious she knew Qing Enyu as well. Master. As soon as Han Xuanai saw the beautiful woman's silhouette, she had already recognized her master. She was stunned for a moment and only regained her senses when the beautiful woman called out to her. She looked at the silhouette in front of her in shock. At this moment, Han Xuanai's heart was filled with confusion. Martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage could form silhouettes. It was called the innate illusory body. The innate illusory body could only be used to confuse people. However, the innate illusory body was usually limited by distance. But now, she didn't even know where her master was, but the phantom had appeared in front of her. Furthermore, it had appeared in front of her through that exquisite little sword. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but my duplicated avatar can only exist for a limited time. I'll explain it to you after I've dealt with him. The beautiful woman nodded at Han Xuanai before she turned around to look at Han Xin. Although she did not know what had happened earlier, she could tell from the killing intent in Han Xin's eyes that he wanted to kill her disciple. For a moment, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. There were not many disciples in the Seven Absolutes sect to begin with. Due to this reason, everyone in the sect was extremely protective of their disciples. Naturally, she was no exception. Duplicated avatar? Han Xin was shocked when he saw the small, exquisite sword in Han Xuanai's hand shattering and a silhouette appearing. The innate illusory body could be mastered by martial and Dao cultivators at the peak of the innate stage. However, once they had broken through to the mortal shedding stage, the energy in their bodies would transform and they would no longer be able to use it. For this reason, he did not think it was an innate illusory body. When Han Xin heard the beautiful woman say it was an duplicated avatar, he felt the term was familiar. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled it. Dao cultivators whose cultivation base had surpassed the eminent saint stage could master the duplicated avatar divine ability. This divine ability was not very useful in a real battle. Its greatest use was to seal it in a special amulet. When someone channeled their energy into the amulet, the duplicated avatar would be released. When a Dao cultivator reached that level, if they had disciples or descendants, they would usually pass the amulet that contained their duplicated avatar to them for self-defense. The moment Han Xin thought of this, horror dawned on his face. He looked at the beautiful woman's silhouette in shock. Why Yuri, a Dao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage? It did not cross his mind that Han Xuanai had such a master. Good heavens! Would it not be easy for a Dao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage to kill him? You're quite knowledgeable to know about the duplicated avatar. The beautiful woman sneered. All of a sudden, Han Xin seemed to have recalled something. His expression gradually calmed down before he said with a murderous gleam in his eyes, "Humph. So what if you're a Dao cultivator who has surpassed the eminent saint stage? Since you've left your duplicated avatar with Han Xuanai, I'm sure your true body won't be able to make it back in time. Don't tell me a mere duplicated avatar is trying to stop me." Han Xin sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. The reason the duplicated avatar of a Dao cultivator who had surpassed the eminent saint stage was useless in a real battle was because it was too weak. The strength of a Dao cultivator's duplicated avatar was usually 2 to 3 stages lower than his true body. For example, the strongest duplicated avatar of a Dao cultivator at the divine saint stage who was above the eminent saint stage would only be at the refined saint stage, while the weakest would only be at the pristine saint stage. Only the duplicated avatar of a Dao cultivator at the exemplary saint stage or above would have the strength of an eminent saint stage powerhouse. As for Han Xin, as a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, unless it was a powerful great Dao cultivator at the quintessential saint stage, he would not be threatened by the duplicated avatar. However, there were no quintessential saint stage Dao cultivators in the Dobusei subterranean. Even the strongest powerhouses in the few quasi-third-rate forces in the Dobusei subterranean were only at the exemplary saint stage. Above the eminent saint stage was the divine saint stage. Above the divine saint stage was the exemplary saint stage. Above the exemplary saint stage was the quintessential saint stage. Powerful powerhouses at the quintessential saint stage only existed in the upper province of the Dao martial saint land. There were none in the Dobusei subterranean. At the very least, Han Xin had never heard of any quintessential saint stage powerhouses in the Dobusei subterranean. A frog at the bottom of a well. The beautiful woman smirked when she heard the disdain in Han Xin's words. She did not seem to make any movements, but the space around Han Xin suddenly trembled as though it was being squeezed. At this moment, Han Xin, who had a disdainful expression on his face, suddenly narrowed his eyes. An expression of disbelief and despair could be seen on his face. At this moment, Han Xin discovered he could not move his body at all. The space around him seemed to have been sealed, and he could not mobilize the true origin in his body as well. At this moment, Han Xin finally realized how terrifying this beautiful woman was. Just a duplicated embodiment was enough to render him powerless. "Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life." At this moment of life and death, Han Xin's arrogance had disappeared and was replaced by fear. As a mastery eminent saint stage martial cultivator, only he knew how many hardships he had to go through to reach this point. At this moment of life and death, the scenes of the past flashed in his mind. Due to this reason, he was terrified. If he died, he would lose everything. His cultivation, his consciousness, everything would vanish into nothingness. For this reason, he no longer cared about his arrogance. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to survive. Unfortunately, at this moment, was it even possible for him to survive? Humph! The beautiful woman snorted coldly as she clenched her delicate hand into a fist. At this moment, the space around Han Xin began to tremble violently. It was as though a huge rock had fallen into a calm lake, setting off waves of ripples. As the ripples spread out in the air, Han Xin, who was standing in the middle with a despairing expression on his face, was also distorted by the ripples. In the next moment, his body was torn into pieces before it finally turned into nothingness. Apart from the spatial ring, there was nothing left of him at all. Gasp! Chapter 1706. In the past, Han Xuanai only knew her master was very mysterious. Moreover, her master seemed to be very powerful. At the very least, she felt she was more powerful than her father. However, even then, she did not expect her master to be so powerful. With just a mere duplicated incarnation, he was able to kill Han Xin with just a wave of his hand. The entire process was completely one-sided. From the beginning until the end, Han Xin did not even have the strength to fight back. In fact, as the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xin was a mastery eminent saint stage powerhouse. Xuanai, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask. Master's duplicating embodiment can only last for another 30 breaths of time at most. At this moment, the beautiful woman's words jolted Han Xuanai back to her senses. Upon hearing this, Han Xuanai jolted and regained her senses. She immediately asked, "Master, this duplicating embodiment of yours, what exactly is it?" As long as a Tao cultivator makes a breakthrough from the eminent saint stage to the divine saint stage, they'll be able to master the duplicating embodiment divine ability. However, this duplicating embodiment divine ability is able to. In the face of Han Xuanai's question, the beautiful woman patiently explained in simple terms. The duplicating embodiment is 2 to 3 major stages weaker than the original body. After listening to her master's words, Han Xuanai's eyes widened as she looked at the beautiful woman in shock. "Master, you're only a duplicating embodiment now, but you can kill Han Xin, who's at the mastery eminent saint stage, with just a wave of your hand. Don't tell me your original body's cultivation base has already entered the quintessential saint stage?" Quintessential saint stage. Although Han Xuanai had heard of the quintessential saint stage before, that cultivation base was too elusive to her. It was said that in the Dobasay subterranean, even the strongest powerhouse in the few quasi-third-rate forces had yet to make a breakthrough to the quintessential saint stage. The beautiful woman smiled faintly. She did not say yes or no. However, Han Xuanai thought the beautiful woman had tacitly agreed to it. She could not help but ask, "Master, as far as I know, there's no quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Dobasay subterranean." Now, it's time to tell you. The beautiful woman interrupted Han Xuanai and said slowly, "I'm from the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land." The upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Although Han Xuanai already had some guesses in her heart when she said those words just now, she could not help but feel a wave of shock when she heard her master admit it personally. "Master, is your actual body in the upper district now?" Han Xuanai took a deep breath, suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and asked. "Yes." The beautiful woman nodded and smiled faintly. "Xuanai, Master will come to bring you to the upper province in half a year. The cultivation environment in the upper province is much better than the lower province. Go to the upper city." Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Han Xuanai's heart skipped a beat. To her, the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land was undoubtedly a mysterious and unpredictable place. She did not find it strange that the cultivation environment there was better than the lower province. After all, the upper province was the place where the true powerhouses were as numerous as the clouds in the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the Dobasay subterranean, a mere quasi-third-rate force could dominate the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, third-rate forces were not allowed. There were even third-rate forces, second-rate forces, and first-rate forces. "Master, Didn't you say only powerhouses at the eminent saint stage and above can travel between the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't go there, right? Han Xuanai asked. If she had a choice, she would, naturally, want to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with her master. The recent events had made her deeply aware of her own weakness. If she was as strong as her master, would the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion dare to force her to marry him? Silly girl, you're alone. Without a cultivation base at the eminent saint stage or above, naturally, you won't be able to go to the upper province. However, as long as you're at the divine saint stage or above, you'll be able to bring people to the upper province. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more people you'll be able to bring with you. The beautiful woman shook her head and explained patiently. All right, Master, I'll go to the upper province with you in half a year's time. Han Xuanai was excited when she found out she would be able to go to the upper province in half a year's time. After a while, she remembered the three little fellows. Master, I want to bring little gold, little black, and little white with me. Is that all right? Of course. It was obvious the beautiful woman knew about the existence of the three little fellows. When the beautiful woman saw Han Xuanai's eyes darting around as though she had thought of someone, she quickly said, apart from your brother Ling Tian, I'll allow you to bring the others to the upper province as well. Why? Although Han Xuanai did not know how her master managed to guess her thoughts, she could not help but frown when she heard her master's words. Based on her master's words, it seemed like she had something against her brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, why was she unwilling to bring her brother Ling Tian to the upper province? All right, I don't have much time left. Just remember my words. As for your question, I'll answer you in half a year's time. As soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking, the silhouette gradually disappeared as though it had never appeared. At this moment, only Han Xuanai and Qing Enyu's corpse were left in the spacious room. When Han Xuanai saw Qing Enyu's corpse again, she could not hide the sadness on her face. However, she knew there was nothing she could do to change the situation. Qing Enyu, did you see that? Master has avenged you. Han Xuanai muttered. Unknowingly, two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks again. In just a few days, the news of the death of the Greenwave Han Mansion's supreme elder, Han Xin, spread throughout the entire Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. It caused those who were originally on Han Xin's side to panic. Although Han Xin had died, nobody was sad at all. This was because he had only himself to blame for trying to kill the eldest miss of Greenwave Han Mansion, Han Xuanai. I can't believe that the Supreme Elder would be so crazy to actually want to kill the eldest miss. It's a good thing that the eldest miss master appeared in time. Otherwise, the eldest miss would have already died. That's right. Why didn't I see the Supreme Elder being so heartless before this? However, I wonder where the eldest miss master came from. To think that she's able to kill the Supreme Elder who's at the mastery eminent saint stage. If she's willing to stay in our Greenwave Han Mansion and work for us, even if our Greenwave Han Mansion can't become a fourth-rate force, we'll still be able to suppress the other fifth-rate forces. Similar discussions were spreading in the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. Unlike Han Xin's death that nobody cared about and was even spurned by others, Qing Enyu's death was given the highest standard of burial in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian, who had left the Greenwave Han Mansion, was unaware of the matter that had happened. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already returned to the Windfall Nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansions district. I'm back again. Looking at the capital of Windfall Nation from afar, Duan Lingtian's eyes were a little misty. To the capital of Windfall Nation, he was just a passerby. To him, the capital of Windfall Nation was just a relay station on his long journey. And now, the reason why he returned here was because his family and friends were still here. Currently, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to disguise himself with a new face. The name he used was still Li Feng. However, his current face was no longer the face he used to participate in the Rising Sky ranking battle. Instead, it was a very ordinary face. After entering the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian immediately went to the Situ clan. Before he left, he had arranged for his family and friends to stay here. After more than a year, there were not many changes in the Situ clan. However, when Duan Lingtian entered the Situ clan, he did not enter through the front door. He did not even greet anyone. From the beginning until the end, he had entered quietly as though he was an uninvited guest. During this time, Duan Lingtian also noticed many people were watching the Situ clan. However, the most powerful person among these people was only at the peak of the pristine saint stage. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was not worried he would be discovered. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew the purpose of these people. It was none other than the devil seal tablet in his hand. All of Duan Lingtian's acquaintances were in the Situ clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place whereby Li Hong, Sima Changfeng, and the others stayed. Apart from senior brother, everyone is here. Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao, Sima Changfeng, and the others were sitting in a circle in the courtyard of Bai Li Hong's residence. However, their current expressions were somewhat unsightly, and their brows were furrowed. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. At the same time, Duan Lingtian appeared. He extended his divine consciousness to monitor the situation outside. Feng Wu Dao and the others who were frowning seemed to have encountered a difficult problem. They did not make a sound for a long time. They only regained their senses one by one when Duan Lingtian appeared. Who are you? Feng Wu Dao asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Currently, Duan Lingtian had changed his face. Naturally, Feng Wu Dao could not recognize him. Uncle Feng, it's me. Under the watchful eyes of Feng Wu Dao and the others, Duan Lingtian's face underwent a drastic change in an instant. It had returned to his handsome face. This is, Feng Wu Dao and the others were stunned. They had never seen such a disguise before. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's true appearance, they quickly regained their senses and were pleasantly surprised. When Duan Lingtian left, they did not know when they would be able to see him again. However, they did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would return. They should be happy that Duan Lingtian had returned. However, when they thought about Bai Li Hong's current situation, they could not bring themselves to be happy. Uncle Feng, Master. Where's my senior brother? When Duan Lingtian saw the worried expressions on Feng Wu Dao and the others' faces, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Master Bai Li is in the Imperial Palace. Sima Changfeng smiled wryly. The Imperial Palace? Duan Lingtian frowned. Why is senior brother in the Imperial Palace? Isn't he the interim saint inscription master of Situ clan? What the hell is going on? Chapter 1707. Well, this is what happened. Feng Wu Dao sighed and told him everything in detail. After you left, not only did the Windfall Nation's imperial family set their eyes on us, but even the powerhouses sent by the foreign forces had their eyes on us as well. After all, we're the only people they know who's related to you, the person who possesses the Devil Seal tablet. However, after we swore on the lightning penalty oath that we didn't know where you were, they didn't make things difficult for us. Perhaps, in their opinion, if they killed even one of us and the news spread, it would scare you, causing you to hide even more secretly. Feng Wu Dao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had long guessed this. This was also the reason he left his family and friends behind when he left. As long as he was not exposed and was not found, his family and friends would not be in trouble. Apart from knowing him and his origin, they did not know where he had gone. Then, what's going on with senior brother? Why is he in the Imperial Palace? Duan Lingtian's frown deepened. He really could not figure out what the Windfall Nation's imperial family was trying to do. Master Bai Li had broken through to the pristine saint stage some time ago and became a 4-star saint inscription master not long after he broke through. This is undoubtedly a joyous matter to the Situ clan. After all, Master Bai Li is their interim advisor. However, not long after the news spread out, someone from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came and took Master Bai Li away. Sima Changfeng's eyes flashed coldly as he said, at that time, the person from the imperial family was extremely arrogant. After Master Bai Li refused to enter the imperial palace to become the imperial family's exclusive saint inscription master, he actually forcefully took Master Bai Li away. The clan leader of Sichu clan and his son repeatedly tried to stop him, but it was to no avail. Just like us, they could only watch as Master Bai Li was taken away. However, the clan leader of Sichu clan and his son can't be blamed for this matter. When Sima reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian and added as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on the clan leader of Sichu clan and his son. Tell me everything that happened back then in full detail, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Then, with Chen Xiaoshui and Nangong Yi's indignant narration, Duan Lingtian also understood the ins and outs of the matter. 3 months ago, Bai Li Hong had broken through to the pristine saint stage and became a 4-star saint inscription master. 2 months ago, the people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family came. The leader was a revered elder who was at the peak of the pristine saint stage. After he arrived at the Sichu clan, he was extremely arrogant. He ignored Bai Li Hong's objection and ordered his men to capture him. The Sichu family patriarch and his son tried to stop him, but they were both injured by him. If it weren't for the fact that you and your father are relatives of the emperor, you would have died without a doubt. This was what the person said to the Sichu family patriarch and his son before he took Bai Li Hong away. How arrogant! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. He was merely at the peak of the pristine saint stage. Did he really think he was invincible? I know senior brother's character very well. If he's unwilling, it's useless even if the Windfall Nation's imperial family forces him again and again. It has already been 2 months, but the Windfall Nation's imperial family still hasn't released him? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian noticed Feng Wu Dao and the others were hesitating to speak. His heart skipped a beat as he asked anxiously, could it be that something has happened to senior brother? A terrifying killing intent immediately surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. When the killing intent spread out, even Feng Wu Dao and the others felt chills running down their spines. At the same time, they could feel Duan Lingtian's fury. Duan Lingtian, according to the news from the Imperial Palace, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is still torturing Master Bai Li to force him to become a 4-star saint inscription master. However, Master Bai Li has yet to agree to it, and it has been dragging on until now. Although Master Bai Li's cultivation base has entered the pristine saint stage, he's still a mortal after all. I heard he can't hold on any longer, Nangong Yi said with grief and indignation on his face. Senior brother. The moment Nangong Yi's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's body suddenly trembled. His eyes turned red as the killing intent on his body became even more intense. He gritted his teeth as he said word by word, Windfall, Wind, Nation, Emperor, Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fury had reached its peak, and he was on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, although I know it's unbearable to stay calm, I still have to advise you to calm down. Actually, Uncle Feng has already asked sect leader Zi Yun of Drift Blaze sect for help regarding this matter. Initially, sect leader Zi Yun said the strongest person in the Windfall Nation's imperial family is on par with her in terms of strength. However, who would have thought after you left, a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage came to the capital of Windfall Nation? He came for the Devil Seal tablet in your hands. Then, the imperial family treated him as a guest of honor. Sect leader Zi Yun wanted to save Master Bai Li, but she was heavily injured by him. When Chen Xiaoshui reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with rage. The peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian sneered. Although he had only killed one devil cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, that devil cultivator had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. However, he did not rely on any external force when he fought with that devil cultivator. If he used the Devil Seal tablet, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blink of an eye. Even if he did not use the Devil Seal tablet and only used the Jasper Celestial Sword, he would be able to kill that devil cultivator in just a blow. With his current cultivation base, he could even kill an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse if he channeled the Sun True Origin into the Jasper Celestial Sword. However, Duan Lingtian was still touched when he heard sect leader Ziyun of Drift Blaze sect was injured because of his senior brother. After all, he was not related to sect leader Ziyun at all. She had only helped him because of Tian Wu. After this matter is over, I'll go to the Drift Blaze sect to express my gratitude and visit Tian Wu. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Don't tell anyone about my return, including the clan leader of Sichu clan and his son. As for senior brother, he'll definitely return to the Sichu clan today. Moreover, the Windfall Nation's imperial family won't dare to touch all of you anymore. Faced with Feng Wu Dao and the others who were looking at him worriedly, Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared into thin air in front of Feng Wu Dao and the others. Feng Wu Dao and the others who were not prepared for this were stunned. They only regained their senses after a long while. What did Duan Lingtian mean by that last sentence? He'll be able to save Master Bai Li? Nangongyi asked in disbelief. That's impossible. The Windfall Nation's imperial family is already powerful. There are a few refined Saint Stage powerhouses guarding them. Now that there's another powerhouse at the peak of the refined Saint Stage from another force, saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family is no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base has improved a lot, it's still impossible for him to be a threat to a refined Saint Stage powerhouse, right? Chen Xiaoshui shook his head. He did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of saving Master Bai Li from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Perhaps, he'll be able to think of another way or look for help from other powerhouses. Nangong Chen chimed in. It was rare for him to speak. No matter what, since he said so, we'll just wait for the news. From the beginning until now, he has never done anything that he's not confident in. It should be no exception this time as well. Although Feng Wu Dao was also shocked and found it hard to believe, the moment he recalled Duan Lingtian's past, he subconsciously felt he should trust Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Feng Wu Dao's words, the others finally understood. That was right. Duan Lingtian had never disappointed them. Throughout his journey, Duan Lingtian's life was like a heavenly book. Sima Changfeng, in particular, was the person who knew Duan Lingtian's background the best. Once upon a time, Duan Lingtian was just a disciple with another surname from a small clan in a remote corner of the mortal continent. However, in the end, he became a person who stood at the peak of Cloud Continent. Now that he had arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, he continued to soar as though nothing could stop him. Due to this reason, Sima Changfeng was also very confident in Duan Lingtian. As for Xiong Quan and Gold Thug, although they could not stay by Duan Lingtian's side like before due to the gap in their strength, they had unconditional trust in their young master and master since they were once by his side. If he said he could save Master Bai Li, he would definitely be able to save him. Regardless of what Feng Wu Dao and the others thought, after Duan Lingtian left the Sichu clan's estate, he went straight to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The Windfall Nation's imperial palace was also the residence of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had used the disguising secret tactic to change his face to the face that was so ordinary that no one would be able to recognize him in the crowd anymore. With his current strength, it was naturally a piece of cake for him to enter the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. Soon after, he found the dungeon in the depths of the palace whereby Li Hong was locked up and met with him. Senior brother. Although Duan Lingtian was prepared for this, he could not help but tremble when he saw Bai Li Hong, who was covered in wounds and blood. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Bai Li Hong. Who's there? Duan Lingtian appeared like a ghost, so the people who were watching Bai Li Hong did not notice him at all. It was only when he called out Bai Li Hong's name that the people from the imperial family who were watching Bai Li Hong snapped out of their daze. Naturally, Duan Lingtian would not show mercy to these people who heard him calling Bai Li Hong senior brother. Among these people, there was only one intermediate pristine Saint Stage martial cultivator. To Duan Lingtian, killing them was as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Soon after, more than 10 people who were watching Bai Li Hong fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Chapter 1708. After rescuing Bai Li Hong from the rack, Duan Lingtian noticed something was amiss. With senior brother's current cultivation base at the pristine saint stage, it's impossible for him to pass out from such a small injury. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian began to investigate the situation in Bai Li Hong's body. Soon after, he discovered that there was a strange force in Bai Li Hong's body that was firmly suppressing his true origin. This energy was being depleted by the impact of the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body. Once this energy was completely depleted, the true origin in Bai Li Hong's body would regain its freedom. Origin sealing pill? A thought immediately appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. He thought of a pill that could seal the true origin in a saint stage powerhouse's body. Unless one was forced to take this pill, no one would be willing to take it. It was impossible for one to take it when one was unprepared. This was because this pill was very special. It was so special that one would be able to smell its pungent smell as soon as one got close to it. No matter how many other things were mixed with it, it would not be able to cover up its smell. It was similar to the qi holding powder. As its name suggested, the qi holding powder was a pill that could seal the true qi of powerhouses at the mortal shedding stage and the saint rudiment stage. The origin sealing pill, on the other hand, could seal the true origin of saint stage powerhouses at different cultivation bases according to its grade. Naturally, it could only seal for a period of time. After a period of time, the medicinal effect would completely dissipate. To be more precise, as the medicinal effect was depleted, it would gradually lose its ability to suppress the true origin in the body of the person who took it. No wonder senior brother passed out after being tortured. As it turns out, he took the origin sealing pill. Duan Lingtian, who was enlightened, had a murderous expression on his face. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the origin sealing pill, was no different from an ordinary person. If this torture continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill in Bai Li Hong's body. Looking at the medicinal effect of the origin sealing pill, it can only suppress the true origin of a pristine saint stage powerhouse at most. As long as it's the true origin of a refined saint stage powerhouse, it can be removed. Although my son true origin is only at the pristine saint stage, it's not inferior to the true origin of an ordinary refined saint stage powerhouse. Perhaps, it might be able to help senior brother expel the medicinal efficacy of the origin sealing pill. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian began to move. After a while, Duan Lingtian realized that he was right. As the tyrannical sun true essence in his body poured in, the essence sealing pill's medicinal power was like a mouse that had seen a cat, retreating little by little. In just a few seconds, Duan Lingtian had completely removed the effects of the energy sealing pill from Bai Li Hong's body. Bai Li Hong's true origin was no longer restricted. With Bai Li Hong's true essence no longer restrained, he quickly regained consciousness with his current cultivation. When he saw the unfamiliar and ordinary face in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. "You are, senior apprentice brother." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he changed back to his original face. "Junior brother." When Bai Li Hong saw Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but exclaim in shock, "You? Why are you here?" Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Bai Li Hong saw the corpses on the ground. He recognized one of them. It was the intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator who was usually in charge of entertaining him. He was a revered elder in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. "Junior brother. You killed them?" Bai Li Hong asked with a stunned expression. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "Senior brother, I'm here to bring you back." "Bring you back?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong regained his senses. He instantly shook his head and said, "Junior brother, I know you're not weak, but there are many people who are much stronger than these people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Apart from that, there are also a few refined saint stage powerhouses. Apart from that, the Windfall Nation's imperial family is also entertaining a guest. It's said that he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. He even injured sect leader Zi Yun." When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, a guilty expression could be seen on his face. "For this reason, it's best for you to leave before they discover you." If anything happens to you because of me, I won't forgive myself even if I'm lucky enough to survive. Currently, Bai Li Hong was urging Duan Lingtian to leave. He was afraid he would drag Duan Lingtian into this matter. Senior brother, I've already heard about sect leader Zi Yun. Duan Lingtian shook his head as his eyes shone coldly. However, it's precisely because of this that I don't plan to leave after saving you. Senior brother, if you trust me, please do as I say. Junior brother, how can I not trust you? However, what do you mean by the first half of your sentence? What do you mean by because of this you don't plan to leave after saving me? Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. However, in the end, he became even more confused. However, when Duan Lingtian spoke again, he finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant. He was so shocked that he was stunned. Junior brother, are you really confident? Bai Li Hong gasped. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a huge change in his gaze. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, don't worry. Even if I lose my life, I won't risk your life, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Although he was smiling, he could not suppress the killing intent in his eyes. All right, I'll go all out today and go crazy with you. In the end, Bai Li Hong still chose to believe Duan Lingtian. After 15 minutes, an old man walked out of the prison deep in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. The old man was dressed in blood-stained clothes. It was only natural that the people guarding outside were shocked when they saw him. It's Bai Li Hong. Why did he come out? Although the people outside the prison did not know what had just happened in the prison, they recognized Bai Li Hong and knew the reason why Bai Li Hong was imprisoned here to be tortured. When they saw Bai Li Hong swaggering out of the prison, they, naturally, went up to stop him. However, it did not cross their minds that this old man who had consumed the origin sealing pill would be so lively that he could easily send them flying. He did not seem like someone who had consumed the origin sealing pill at all. What's going on? They were instantly stunned. The origin sealing pill is consumed once every 2 weeks. I remember he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It's only been 3 days, how's it possible for the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect to disappear? They found it hard to believe. However, faced with an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator whose true origin was not sealed, naturally, they did not dare to go up to him. When they saw Bai Li Hong swaggering out of the prison, many people entered the prison. After they entered, they discovered the ground was littered with corpses, including the person in charge of the torture chamber, the intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator. T. Lord Chiu has been killed by him. How's this possible? Isn't he an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator? How's it possible for him to kill Lord Chiu? Lord Chiu is an intermediate pristine saint stage powerhouse. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? I also want to know why Bai Li Hong is still so lively after consuming the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. It doesn't seem like his true origin is sealed at all. We must report this matter to revered Elder Hua as soon as possible. While the prison was in chaos, Bai Li Hong swaggered through the depths of the palace and walked out. Along the way, whenever he encountered any obstacles, he would make a move. In the beginning, those who tried to stop him were martial cultivators who had yet to enter the saint stage. He could easily get rid of them. However, with the addition of pristine saint stage powerhouses, it began to become difficult for him. Bai Li Hong, His Majesty has sincerely invited you to become the interim advisor of the imperial family, but you've repeatedly rejected him. Today, you even escaped from the prison without permission. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? As some pristine saint stage powerhouses joined in, an old man with an arrogant expression appeared at the right time. He looked down at Bai Li Hong condescendingly as he said in a low voice with a cold expression. This old man was the one who brought Bai Li Hong away from the Sichu clan 2 months ago. To be more precise, he was the leader of the group of people from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. At the same time, he was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage. He had a high position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. It made sense. There were only a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. In this world where the strong ruled, as a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, his position in the Windfall Nation's imperial family was only second to those few powerhouses. When the pristine saint stage powerhouses saw this old man, they bowed at him one after another. Revered Elder Jin. Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave when he saw this old man. A hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. When the old man brought him back to the imperial palace, he did not know much about the old man. However, after staying in the imperial palace for some time, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of this old man. Not only was this old man a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, but he was also the strongest person below the refined saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family's imperial family. This meant that the other few powerhouses at the peak of the pristine saint stage in the Windfall Nation's imperial family were no match for him. Bai Li Hong, I was the one who brought people to invite you back that day. However, I only realized today that I've really underestimated you. Although I don't know how you managed to escape, you still dare to swagger through the streets and injure the people from the imperial family. You're really bold. As Jin spoke, he stepped out in the air and arrived near Bai Li Hong in just a few moments. Oh no! Lord Qiu is dead. At this moment, a panicked voice resonated from afar. It came from the direction where Bai Li Hong had come from. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present on the scene was shocked as they looked at Jin in unison. As far as they knew, Qiu was Jin's nephew. In the Windfall Nation's imperial family, only Qiu was addressed as Lord Qiu. Whoosh! At the instant when everyone was looking at Jin seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he grabbed the person who reported the news. His eyes were cold as he asked, "What did you say?" Revered Elder Hua. The person was only an ordinary guard in the prison. Naturally, he was so frightened that his body trembled when he was grabbed by Jin. However, when he saw Bai Li Hong from the corner of his eye, he immediately pointed at him. Revered Elder Hua, it's him. He's the one who killed Lord Qiu. Chapter 1709. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When the prison guard in Jin's hand pointed at Bai Li Hong and said that Bai Li Hong had killed Qiu, everyone, including Jin, shifted their attention to Bai Li Hong in unison. Damn! He killed Qiu? That's impossible. As far as I know, Bai Li Hong is merely an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, he had just made a breakthrough 3 months ago. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for him to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage now, even if he did, he's still not a match for Qiu. That's right. Qiu had already broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage a few years ago. He's not far away from breaking through to the mastery pristine saint stage. Whether all of you believe it or not, I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense. Put aside the fact that it's impossible for Bai Li Hong to have the strength to kill Qiu, even if he does, he has to consume the origin sealing pill every once in a while. It's impossible for him to mobilize the true origin in his body, let alone kill Qiu. Origin sealing pill? If he really consumed the origin sealing pill, do you think he'll be able to swagger his way here? The group of pristine saint stage powerhouses present on the scene whispered among themselves. Similar to Qiu, they were ordinary revered elders in the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Naturally, they did not dare to offend Qiu even though they were ordinary revered elders. This was because Qiu was Jin's nephew. Although there were a few refined saint stage powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, they were usually aloof from worldly affairs. Due to this reason, most of the matters were handled by the other revered elders. As the strongest person below the refined saint stage in Windfall Nation, Jin was, naturally, the leader of the other revered elders. After all, in this world where strength was everything, the strongest person had the right to speak. Jin looked at Bai Li Hong, his eyes were as cold as a blade. However, he only glanced at Bai Li Hong before looking at the prison guard in his hand again. He said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Tell me everything you know, in full detail." When the prison guard heard this, He immediately took a deep breath and told them everything he knew in a trembling voice. When they heard Bai Li Hong had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago, let alone the other revered elders of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, even Hu Jin's expression changed drastically. Bai Li Hong, who had taken the vitality sealing pill 3 days ago, appeared in front of them full of energy today. Judging from Bai Li Hong's previous moves, how did he look like a person whose qi was sealed by the medicinal power of the vitality sealing pill? Refined saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, Hu Jin also realized there must be someone who had helped Bai Li Hong to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from his body. The person who could remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect from Bai Li Hong's body must be someone at the refined saint stage or above. He couldn't think of a second possibility. Although the pill that Bai Li Hong consumed was the lowest grade origin sealing pill, it could even seal the true origin of a peak pristine saint stage powerhouse, let alone an early pristine saint stage martial cultivator like Bai Li Hong. An early pristine saint stage martial cultivator would need at least 20 days to consume the lowest grade origin sealing pill before the medicinal effect would gradually disappear. Although an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator would not need such a long time, it would still take half a month. Due to this reason, Hu Jin did not think Bai Li Hong would be able to break through to the intermediate pristine saint stage. Even if Bai Li Hong had really broken through to the intermediate pristine saint stage, it was impossible for him to be completely fine since he had just consumed the origin sealing pill 3 days ago. Moreover, other than the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body being removed, his nephew, Hu Qiu, was also dead. If a refined saint stage powerhouse really made a move to remove the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body, it would be logical for him to kill his nephew. Due to this reason, the moment Hu Jin thought of this, he looked around frantically with a hint of dread on his face. What a joke! That was a refined saint stage powerhouse. If he wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. At this moment, a detail that Hu Jin did not think about seriously before began to appear in his mind. For example, why did Bai Li Hong dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? If it was him, if it was not for the fact that he had someone backing him up, he would have left this troublesome place immediately after he was released. How would he dare to appear so boldly in front of everyone? Was he not seeking his own death? The moment Hu Jin thought about this, he gasped inwardly as cold sweat broke out on his back. At this moment, he had even forgotten that his nephew was killed. Currently, he did not even have the time to care about himself, let alone the life and death of others. When he thought about how there might be a refined saint stage powerhouse watching him in the dark, he could not help but panic. If Hu Jin could think of this after listening to the prison guard's words, how could the other revered elders not think of this as well? Following Hu Jin's actions, they began to look around with a panicked expression on their faces. Refined saint stage powerhouse. It would be easy for a powerhouse at that level to kill Hu Jin, let alone them who were not even as strong as Hu Jin. Do you think that refined saint stage powerhouse is Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? In the end, a revered elder from the Windfall Nation's imperial family broke the silence by asking in a low voice. That's impossible, right? Not long ago, sect leader Zi Yun was severely injured by Master Yun. I'm afraid she hasn't even recovered yet. How is it possible for her to come to our Windfall Nation's imperial family again? Moreover, young Master Yun has already said that he doesn't mind killing her if she dares to come again. That's right. Unless she's not afraid of death, she won't dare to come again. However, if it's not sect leader Zi Yun, who's the one who removed the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in Bai Li Hong's body? In our Windfall Nation, there are only a handful of refined saint stage powerhouses. The only one who's related to him is sect leader Zi Yun. I don't get it as well. The group of revered elders from the Windfall Nation's imperial family whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Bai Li Hong still heard everything. Bai Li Hong's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he finally recalled that the origin sealing pill's medicinal effect in his body had been removed. Although he had only heard about the origin sealing pill, he knew it was difficult to remove it. Moreover, Although a sixth-rate force like the Windfall Nation's Imperial family might have a higher-grade origin sealing pill, the origin sealing pill that was used on him would not be of a higher grade. This was because the lowest-grade origin sealing pill could seal the true origin in his body. However, even the lowest-grade origin sealing pill would require a powerhouse at the refined saint stage to remove it. Don't tell me junior brother has a helper behind him? Bai Li Hong thought to himself when he thought of this. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to kill an intermediate pristine saint stage martial cultivator, he was not too shocked since he knew his junior brother's innate talent very well. Perhaps, it would be difficult for ordinary people to have such an improvement after more than a year. However, his junior brother's strength could not be judged by common sense. However, he did not even dare to think that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, he felt Duan Lingtian had brought a helper with him this time. In fact, when his junior brother asked him to strut out, he already had a guess in his heart. Now that he was reminded by the group of revered elders from the Windfall Nation's Imperial family, he immediately confirmed his guess. I wonder if the helper behind junior brother can compare to that Master Yun. Bai Li Hong thought to himself. Master Yun was the powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage whom the Windfall Nation's Imperial family treated as an honored guest. Recently, he had been staying in the Windfall Nation's Imperial family, treating the Imperial family as his home. Naturally, Bai Li Hong also knew the reason he was staying in the Windfall Nation. He was waiting for his junior brother to appear so he could snatch the Devil Seal tablet from his junior brother's hands. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air and woke everyone up, including Bai Li Hong. As the crowd looked over, they discovered a revered elder of the Windfall Nation's Imperial family was walking away at some point in time. However, at this moment, his body suddenly came to a halt because there was a bloody hole between his brows. Gasp! 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 At this moment, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths rang in the air. How fast? Among the people present on the scene, only Hu Jin could vaguely see the golden sword ray that appeared briefly. The speed of the sword ray was so fast that he could not help but feel chills running up his spine. This was because it had already surpassed the pristine saint stage. A refined saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, Hu Jin's guess was confirmed. At the same time, the other revered elders from the Windfall Nation's Imperial family looked at each other, but none of them dared to make a move. It was as though their feet were filled with lead. With the lesson learned from the previous incident, naturally, they did not want to make the same mistake again. They did not want the powerhouse hiding in the dark to kill them as well. Master, I wonder what's your relationship with Bai Li Hong? Hu Jin took a deep breath and cupped his hands at the air. His tone was filled with humility. Although he was asking a question, his posture was very humble. So, you're the one who brought Bai Li Hong into this *T Windfall Nation's Imperial Palace? The moment Hu Jin's words left his mouth, a slightly hoarse voice resonated from all directions and clearly entered Hu Jin and the others' ears. It caused horror to dawn on Hu Jin's face. The other revered elders from the Windfall Nation's Imperial family could not help but glance at Hu Jin with a hint of pity in their eyes. Based on the powerhouse's tone, it was obvious he was displeased with Hu Jin's actions. Master, Hu Jin is only following the orders of our Windfall Nation's emperor. Hu Jin could hear the displeasure in the powerhouse's voice and quickly explained. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to stall for time and wait for the few refined saint stage powerhouses from the Windfall Nation's Imperial family to arrive. Naturally, there was also Master Yun who was powerful and had an extraordinary background. Is that important? The voice resonated from all directions again. The hoarse voice was filled with indifference. It was precisely these indifferent words that caused horror to dawn on Hu Jin's face. The true origin in his body surged out as though he was facing a great enemy. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.